사실 넌 점은 별 나라에서 왔어. You in planet used to be a champion. 금메달까지 딴 1등 선수였어. 점점 잘나고 커진 널 더 이상 담을 수 없었던 행성. 따뜻한 물에서 수영하는 걸 좋아했던 널 내가 데려온 거야. 내게 특별한 힘이 있단 걸 알겠니? 넌 약해지고 난 점점 더 강해지겠지. 에이 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 an alien. 에이 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 an alien. 가득한 어둠 비밀처럼 타는 에이 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 an alien. My mama told me I'm not alien. 넌 이 판을 뒤집기 위해서 왔어. 누군가 너의 기억을 지워 모든 걸 방해하는 거야. You listen. 점점 가둬둘 수 없을 정도로 커져가는 너의 힘과 목소리. 행성은 널 주목하고 있어. Now you're ready for this. 준비가 다 된 거야. 특별한 힘이 있단 걸 알겠니? 이제 너에게 주어진 답이 있겠지. 에이 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 an alien. 에이 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 an alien. 가득한 어둠 비밀처럼 타는 에이 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 an alien. 내 손에 필요 없어 alien. Tell them who, tell them who. 누가 다 내가 누군지 묻는다면 나날이 티를 꾸미는 네가. 에이 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 an alien. 에이 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 an alien. 가득한 어둠 비밀처럼 타는 에이 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 an alien.
ちょっと上に溜めてください。
My mama told me I'm not alien. 사실 넌 점은 별 나라에서 왔어. You in planet used to be a champion. 금메달까지 딴 1등 선수였어. 점점 잘나고 커진 널 더 이상 담을 수 없었던 행성. 따뜻한 물에서 수영하는 걸 좋아했던 널 내가 데려온 거야. 내게 특별한 힘이 있단 걸 알겠니? 넌 약해지고 난 점점 더 강해지겠지. 에이 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 an alien. 에이 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 an alien. 가득한 어둠 비밀처럼 타는 에이 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 an alien. 에이 얘기했지. 에이 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 아날리안 에이 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 아날리안 가득한 어둠 속 비밀처럼 태어난 에이 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 아날리안
We'll be starting soon. Thank you for your patience.
ちょっと上に溜めてください。右下上右下右右上上下下左右左右右下上右下右右上上下下左回転1回転右下上右下右右上上下下左右左右下上右下右上上下下回転3点1回転右下上右下右上上下下左右左右下上右下右上上下下左右左リセット。
Hi everyone. How's everybody doing? Welcome, welcome. I am Jeffy, Alien Fashionista. Welcome to this stream. Hope you had a fun Eclipse Day. Hopefully no one went blind watching it. There were some clear instructions out there, and yet apparently Google Trends for the phrase, "My eyes hurt," I've went up 400% in the last 2 hours. What the fuck, humans? What the fuck? Anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself. So, we're doing something special today. I hope you're ready. I'm gonna be doing a VTuber and streaming Q&A tonight, with possible consulting done live on stream, depending on how it goes. So, this should be fun. If you have any interest in streaming and or VTubing, because I'm going to be covering both topics today, then this should be right down your alley, streaming-wise. So, once again, I am not a professional, even though I have been streaming for almost 6 years now as a VTuber. So I don't mean this to be the definitive information available, not even close, but I do hope I'm able to give away some of the things I have learned over all of these years. So hopefully some of it will be important or somewhat relevant to you as we do along. There are many more there are a lot of very good resources out there that will provide even more information on what I'm going to be talking about tonight. So if you find out you want to know more, then I will give you some pointers in that direction towards the end of the presentation. Alright, so IT was talking about wrestling. Okay, that's fine. Well, might as well get it out of your system right now. Alright, let's add some cuties in the chat. Hi Fluffy, how are you doing? Hey Super, how are you? Hey The Wise, what's up, what's up? Hi Gaia, how are you? Hey Yaichi, hello, hello. Raven, of course, hello, hello. Hiya Ben. There's always next time, or should I say there's always another day. Nice, nice. Glad to hear it, Gaia. You missed the eclipse, Artemis. Ah, dang. Well, I did not have any glasses, but I was on my balcony. And everything went, because I was in the total occlusion part of the world where the eclipse was happening. So everything got as dark as nighttime for like 1 minute. Was kind of silly. I did not watch the eclipse with my eyeballs because I did not have adequate protection and did not want to go blind. So, it is what it is. But yeah, we're not seeing that on this planet for the next... Well, that's not true. This corner of the world will not see another eclipse for about 89 years, so... Hope you didn't miss it. But yeah, watching it on your phone is also fine, Delta. Also, hi, Delta. So, Aichi, did you actually go physically to the event? So the way you're talking about it makes it seem like you were in the audience or something. Do that or you really, really, really love wrestling? So what I'm saying is I'm giving professional advice but it's not licensed. Exactly, otherwise. Exactly. I don't want someone suing my ass because my advice was not good for them. Because this advice is working for me. Might not work for you. Oh, then yeah, I can imagine. Well, lucky for you, IT. It should come back in a few days. Try not to stream until then. Or you'll be sorry. Alright, so the actual presentation will start a little bit later tonight. Right now we're hanging out. Because, you know I can't not hang out with you before the actual content starts, so to speak. It's fun. Yeah, Raven, I'm very curious to see if Mike Tyson's going to turn him into a shadow of his former self. Because, yeah, Tyson might be old, but he's still scary. Alright. But yeah, I spent the day working on the presentation for tonight. It's nothing very elaborate. It's more or less just a text document I'm going to be using to gather my thoughts on the topic. Because, you know, I've had a lot of questions over the years about being a VTuber or being a streamer in general. And I have done some of those streams in the past, but I keep getting questions, so I think it's a good idea to do another one from time to time to keep my advice up to date and fresh. So hopefully this will be useful to someone. I hope so, Raven, I hope so. The only thing I'm worried about is that he's gonna run out of steam pretty quickly. Because Tyson has no, he has an on and off switch, doesn't have like gradients. Hey, welcome back, Ben. So yeah, if anybody has any questions about streaming in general, be sure to let me know. I would be more than happy to give you some pointers. Wow, that's rude as fuck, I see. Holy crap. I'm guessing the others did not take it well. How's my, no, my Monday was not miserable. Maybe yours has been, but mine's been perfect. Had a chill day, drank some iced cappuccinos while working on tonight's stream content, and got to indirectly watch the eclipse, as in, it was really weird to see everything get super dark for like 1 minute. I did not watch it directly because I did not have proper attire. All the shots near me were out because I was at the last second, like a baka. I mean, you know, people bring in chairs and shit from since the 90s, Raven, so I'm not surprised by that. That do not outline freshman necessarily have to do this Saturday. Alright, yeah, that's gonna be a lot of work then. But the best way to get it done is to try to do it ASAP. Don't be like me, don't finish working on something 10 minutes before it's due. Because that was me with the Q&A stuff. I was typing up a storm like 5 minutes before the stream started. It's funny, I always have the most inspiration at the last fucking second. Anybody else like that? Because that's a problem I do have. It's funny because I want to be productive and I can't quite seem to be until my life is in danger, so to speak. Like when I was in school, it was like, oh god, Jeffy, you're gonna fail. Better get to work. Then I end up like the day before at 3 in the morning going like, ah, shit. God damn it. Why do I do this to myself? Well, you know, it is what it is. I work better under pressure, it seems. Desperation is part of motivator. You can't say that again, Fluffy. It's bad. It's real bad. But, you know, whatever works. So far, I've been able to squeak by doing that. But one of these days, it's going to blow up in my face. And it's not going to be pretty. Hey, Order, what's up? But stupidly enough, most of my best work has been done at the last fucking second, so it's a gamble. Alright, seems like you had a pretty fun time, actually. I'm happy for you. I'm guessing you'll be going to another one of these events pretty soon, right? Was have been quite crowded. I'm not good with crowds anymore, so I tend to steer clear of these areas. Oh, you met CM Punk. Nice. Is he nice? For those of you tuning in, the actual Q&A will start around 8. We're in the just chatting segment of the stream, which basically means Jeffy's gonna talk too much about shit that doesn't matter. You've been warned. Yeah, hold on. Did he go on? Oh yeah, he did. Yeah. I listened to a bunch of podcasts, and one of those is WTF with Mark Maron. And CM Punk was a guest back in 2017. So I do remember that episode. It was pretty nice. Although I'm not sure if the episode is available anymore. Yeah, I think WTF only keeps the last 50 available for free. So I'm guessing there might be excerpts on YouTube or something. But yeah, I do like Mark Maron a lot for his interview style. It's not like an interview, it's more like a casual hangout. And that usually brings out the best in his guests. So makes for very entertaining listening while doing other things. That's why I like podcasts so much. You can listen in and work on other things at the same time and not lose on anything because it's all in your ears. I got things back on track. Okay, that's good. Make sure to block out enough time every day until Saturday to work on it. Because if you keep everything for the last day, you'll end up like me. A panicky, sweaty mess. Flying by the seat of their pants. I don't recommend it. It works for me sometimes, but I don't recommend it. It's too stressful. But yeah, you know, a lot of life is like that. There are people who prepare a lot, and there are people who just wing it. I prepare a lot, but I end up winging it a lot too. So I'm kind of the worst of both worlds. Sorry. So how many of you were able to watch the eclipse today? It was pretty interesting. I got pretty lucky. Because I hear that some people got washed over by the clouds. Goddamn clouds, how dare you. We had a little bit of them, but not enough to block out the entertainment, so to speak. So I was pretty lucky in that regard. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna take a quick look at the news today. That's what happens. And if it's a slow news day, I'm probably gonna go start the presentation a little bit early. Let's see. No, most of the people are just talking about the eclipse, so it's a pretty quiet news day. I mean, that's fine. Alright. Well, I guess what was I expecting? It's a Monday after all, right? I hear that the Wii U and 3DS no longer have any online capabilities. Which is kind of fucked up, but I guess they were talking about that for a while now. So hopefully nobody got locked out at the last second. That would be unfortunate. Oh, that's funny. The song Black Hole Sun is trending. And Total Eclipse of the Heart as well. That's kinda silly. But funny. Ah, that's great. I said you updated Little Company. No, I did not, Delta. What about it? In Florida so far from the product totality, but my sis was and they can send me updates. Nice. Yeah, I tried to film it for my host brother, who was not in the way of the totality. But my phone kept changing the brightness, so I could not communicate to him through the video how fucking dark it got. So that was kind of a shame. 2 new enemies in a new location. Oh, nice. There's so much stuff to do in that game now. That's awesome. I'm glad that the devs have kept updating it. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm so glad to see so many indie darlings have so much success. That's encouraging, I think. The butler and the old bird. Oh. A creepy butler, huh? Well, I mean, that's kind of novel. Didn't really comment on it much. Because I didn't really play it. I'm gonna have to do that at some point. Alright, let's see here. Okay. My neck is a little bit stiff today. I'm not sure if it's because I slept wrong. But it's fine. Alright, what time is it? You know what? I have a lot of talking to do. So might as well start the Q&A now. Are you guys ready? Yeah, if we end up having less things to talk about than prepared, we might end the stream by doing something else, depending on how long it went for. And also, hopefully my voice will not cut out. So, because a lot of talking can get rough on the vocal cords. And I have 2 pairs of them to fuck up, so I have to be doubly careful. Alright, so I'm gonna start with giving you guys a little overlook of what my whole thing was. So I'm gonna be celebrating 6 years of being a VTuber on July 16, 2024. Which is pretty soon, now that I'm thinking about it. Let's see, we're in April, so we have April, May, June, so in about 4 months, give or take. So yeah, time does fly. And I started in a time where there were barely any VTubers, and the technology behind it was almost non-existent, unless you wanted to use face rig or something, which was hilariously unreliable and took so much of your VRAM that it turned your computer into a stuttery, loud mess. So things were pretty different back then. And I still found a way to figure it out, but I had the fucking jankiest setup you could imagine. I had a 2 PC setup. I used VRChat as my VTuber software. So basically, I had 1 PC with VRChat on it, and my VR headset on top of my head, with my full body trackers on my hands to capture my movement. No wait, I did not even have full body back then. I used my controllers. I used my old Rift controllers as hands. So it was a mess. It was laggy. It was uncomfortable. I had to go do some physiotherapy for my neck afterwards because the headset was not meant to be worn this way. So, on the upside, if you want to become a VTuber now, it's never been easier. At least on the technical side. So yeah, I've been doing this for almost 6 years now. I've mostly been doing video games, streaming, and some reaction content. So those are my main sources of content on this platform. So for those of you who don't know exactly what I'm talking about, that basically means I play games, and sometimes I'll watch videos on stream and comment on them while you guys watch along, so to speak. So those are my 2 main types of content. I also produce a lot of shorter form content on TikTok and YouTube Shorts, as well as some longer form videos on YouTube, although my schedule for that is inconsistent at best, and best at worst. And over that time, I have amassed almost 4,000 followers on Twitch. I'm at almost 600 on YouTube, and have over 2,000 followers on Twitter. So I am still a pretty small content creator, all things considered. But hopefully, I can share some of my knowledge with you about things I've learned over those years. And hopefully some of it will also be still relevant today. And if you have any questions, make sure you write them in the chat. I'll do my best to attend to it in a timely fashion. So that's basically the pitch of it. So, first of all, let me get the whiteboard ready. Okay, let's see here. Then go on with MS Paint, the most useful whiteboard software you never paid for. Don't fall for any imitators, because you will be disappointed. Alright, let me get my show notes ready. Okay, so yeah, as I said, this guide is more of a general tips, and it's not meant to be followed religiously. And let's start with the more general stuff about streaming. So, you want to become a streamer? Let me get the information here. Is that pixelated? I'm doing some kind of janky-ass PowerPoint presentation here. Alright, so you wanna be a streamer. Here's a little look at the good and the bad. So, yeah, being a streamer is quite the experience. It's not for everyone, but it's easy enough to get started to see if it's something that works for you. Especially now in 2024, where pretty much every console or every PC has some form of streaming capability. And on PC, it's as easy as downloading OBS and signing up for YouTube and Twitch. And for console, I think there's even a Twitch app on Xbox and PlayStation that will let you get started. And yes, it might not give you the best start, but it's really important to see if it's something you like doing or not before you decide to invest heavily in it or not. And whatever you do, if you decide to stick with it, it will make you learn a lot of things that you would not have known beforehand. So if you already have knowledge in these topics or these skill sets, you are already starting at a higher level than most. Because what I'm talking about is like, you're gonna wear a lot of hats while streaming. You're gonna learn a lot about public speaking, about social media, about doing improv, because you have to be able to keep things going. I think the hardest thing to learn about streaming is gonna be keeping the conversation going while your chat is dead. When you get started, it's impossible that there will be people in your stream at first unless you get very, very lucky. So learning how to do improv or being able to keep a dialogue going with yourself is going to be incredibly valuable if you want to achieve anything in this business, so to speak. Also, being able to learn about audio and video production is going to also be very, very important unless you want to outsource all of your work to other people if you have the money for it. Which is not a bad idea, mind you, because it lets you concentrate your effort on actually streaming, you know? But it's a little bit prohibitively expensive at first, especially if you don't have that much of a budget to begin with. So I don't actually recommend it. I think it's probably better to teach yourself these things, because even if you offload it to someone else later, it's important to know how to do it, because it will help you give better instructions to your audio and video engineers. So that's important. Ooh, sorry, I'm a little bit burpy tonight. Too much soda. Anyway. Also, it will teach you a lot about time management, because it's important to be able to plan your time correctly when keeping a schedule for streaming or any other type of content creation. So, be ready to have a schedule and be ready to stick to it. Otherwise, you're pretty much shooting yourself in the foot if you want to do anything except keep it as a hobby. Because, I mean, it's totally fine. Some people want to stream just for fun, and that's okay, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you want to get better chances of having results, you're gonna have to put a lot of work into it. And also, if you get any amount of success, financially speaking, you're gonna learn to figure out a little bit of accounting. Because,
Oh God, let's go shopping, guys.
well, hi agent, how was the stream? Thank you so much for the raid. I'm doing a little streamer and VTuber Q&A today. Hope you had a fun stream. Alright, hold on, let me get your shout out here. Oh, thank you, Kate. Am I spelling that correctly? I mean, the underscores always messes with me. There you go. Good. Alright, cool. Go give Agent a follow. They work hard on their content as well. They've been in it almost as long as I was. Good stuff. Thanks again for sharing your community with mine. Better than work today. Ooh, had a rough day at work. I was talking about the skills you need to be a good streamer in general. So yeah, you're gonna be wearing a lot of little hats. Public speaking, social media. People underestimate how much knowledge you need to be good at social media. I still suck at it. But yeah, there's a lot to learn about it. And it's also always changing because of the fucking algorithm. Your PC didn't connect to the internet. Oh shit. So you spend most of your day just looking at the fucking wall. I hate when that happens. Alright, another thing to keep in mind is you're gonna need to learn a little bit about management yourselves when doing streaming, because you're gonna have to do a lot of side work in that regard, like ordering commissions for either overlays, models, planning collabs with other streamers, managing your community, servers, and other general projects. So it needs a lot of work, and if you want to do this full time, it takes even more work. And if you think you're gonna be making a lot of money in this field, then you got another thing coming. It's the streaming sphere is very top heavy, to say the least. Most of the money is being made by the top 1% of streamers. Same goes with the average viewership thing. We're gonna go over that in a second. I'm doing that for the first time Friday with Heavy. Oh yeah, yeah, that's awesome. Hope you have fun with it. I played it on Friday with my friend Charlie, Kyrie, and Shad. It was a lot of fun. I think you'll enjoy the game if you ask me. It's been pretty interesting. Although I'm very curious to see what they'll be adding over the next few months. Okay, focus, Jeffy, focus. Okay, so that's the good. Okay, so the bad. Let me grab my charts. Yes, there's a chart. I might have worked a little bit too hard on this. Okay. I mean, I didn't do the chart. I went on Solinoms, which is a great place to look over some stats. Why can't Housefly stream on Twitch? Because they would immediately get swatted. Why does that work? Oh my goodness, agent. Okay, and now on to the bad about streaming. Success in content creation is unfortunately not very common. Over 90% of streamers stream to less than 10 people. And that's probably being generous. And growth itself can also be non-existent, sporadic, or sometimes go like a roller coaster. So you have to be ready for that kind of stuff. And that also is even if you do everything right and work hard. It's not fair. It's never gonna be fair. It's a mix of preparation and readiness. And streaming on Twitch and YouTube these days is a big challenge now. Not because it's not accessible, but because there's a lot of competition. So just to show you, just to explain this graph. This is a non-linear graph going over the percentage and amount of either non-affiliated, affiliated, and partnered streamers on Twitch in the last 365 days. Okay? So it's not linear because, as you can see, this part here is between 10 million and 1 million. And this part here is between 1 million and 100,000. So it's exponential. So the higher it is, the more of a difference it is between the previous tier. So just as you can see, the overwhelming majority of people streaming on Twitch in the last year have been doing it to below 5 average viewer. And that's more or less the standard. After that, you fall into the 130,000 streamers between 6 and 10. I'm here these days. I used to be here back in 2021, but I have fell off a bit. But still, I'm in the top 1%, so to speak. Anything past this point here is in the top 1% of streamers. So this is a little bit discouraging, obviously. But it's important to stay grounded in how we approach this topic, because there's nothing more heartbreaking than someone going in and not having realistic expectations, because 99% of the time they're going to break their nose on the wall, so to speak. So I'd rather get that out of the way first, so that people are well aware. Because yeah, it's a bloodbath out there. But you know, that's the same thing with like actors in Hollywood, right? Doesn't stop people from trying. Hasn't stopped me from trying. Yes, I did. I mean, not directly. I did not have the glasses for it. But I was outside when everything went black as night for like a minute, because I was in the pact of fatality. That was pretty exciting. Once in a lifetime moment. So yeah, I was pretty happy about that. Alright, so yeah. Also, something else to keep in mind. So, one thing to also remember is that the internet can be a pretty mean place. And some people will hate your gut for no reason. And that trying to please everyone will in the end make you please no one, because it's impossible for everyone to like you. And some people are gonna learn that the hard way. I feel like it's more important to focus on yourself and what you can do and what you can produce, rather than trying to figure out ways of making people not angry at you, because if you hit any type of popularity, you will go outside your target demographic and people are going to be really mean about it. It's unavoidable. So you have to be ready for that. Hey Alspino, how are you doing? Enjoy the sandwich. Also, something that I can't overstate. This can be rough on your mental health, and it's okay to take time to process things. Also, trying to balance out real life stuff and stream stuff is going to be really dicey. And this shit gets worse if you have pets, a significant other, and or kids. Because the amount of free time you will have for your project will be very diminished, as it should be, because the other things are way more important in the first place. Alright? Don't put streaming over taking care of your kids, or your dog, or your girlfriend, or boyfriend. Alright? Because you're in for problems if you do, on pretty much every single aspect. Yeah, the only thing you're gonna get, Super, if you try to please everyone, is you're gonna end up turning into someone you're not. You're not gonna recognize yourself, and people are still gonna shit on you anyway. So it's much easier to focus on things that you have control over, which is what you want to do in life, not what people tell you you should be doing. Yeah, finally. I'm Jeff Diesel, with 100% more hair. Also, another point that's very important to keep in mind is that if you're gonna be serious about streaming, you can't take breaks, okay? No. I mean, you can from time to time, but it's gonna have an effect on your viewership. It's impossible to avoid. So it makes you feel guilty for taking breaks. It's like whenever I take a week off, like I do it once in the summertime and once in the winter time for the holidays. And each time I do it, my viewership takes a hit, but I feel like my mental health would take too much of a hit if I didn't take breaks from time to time. Because burnout is real. Especially if you've been doing it as long as I did. But yeah, also very important. There's nothing wrong with streaming randomly for fun. Okay? You might even get lucky and go viral. Who knows, right? Life is weird like that. But any type of consistent any type of consistent growth will require commitment over a longer period of time than you think. So just to give you an example, it took me 6 months to get affiliated. 6 months to get 3 average viewers. And I'm among the lucky ones. I've heard some people take 1 or 2 years even to get it. So temper your expectations accordingly. Yeah. And they wonder why they're so fucking jaded now. Yeah, mental health is important. It doesn't matter how healthy you are physically. If your brain is not working correctly, it's all moot in the end. Anyways, something to keep in mind. Alright. So now the next question. If what I have just told you did not totally discourage you, and you still are interested in streaming, then congratulations. You might have what it takes to be a streamer. All it takes is a willingness to learn, and patience, and also a little bit of stubbornness. Let's not kid ourselves. Hey, Hope, what's up? Welcome to the Q&A. Doing a little bit of a presentation right now on streaming and VTubers. Alright, so up next. Another question you have to ask yourself. Do you want to stream as yourselves? Or as a VTuber? Both are valid, okay? It's fine, you don't have to be a VTuber. It's okay. Streaming as yourself can be a good and cheap way to figure out if streaming is for you. Pretty much no investment required except for a webcam. But yeah, it does have its downsides though. So, no, Elspino's rolling again, Hope, don't believe them. Alright, so it has its downsides. If you decide to go the RL way, if you do become really, really popular, you will start to attract the wrong kind of attention. And some of these people have absolutely no fucking lives and will be totally toxic and will try to dox you. And in the best of cases, you might get pizzas delivered to your house. And the worst cases will probably get you some police attention. So, you have to keep that in mind. It's always a risk. Not likely, but it is there. And you also have to keep an eye on your appearance before every streams. And some people are going to be very mean about your appearance. There's no way to go about it. Even the most pretty or handsome streamers out there get some really fucking awful comments about them. So, oh yeah, I mean, it's awful. It's awful now. And most of them get away with it. And there's been a guy that died because of that shit too. So it's fucking dangerous, man. Really dangerous. So yeah, being a VTuber mitigates some of that. As long as you practice proper internet, how can I say this? As long as you practice proper internet security practices. Well, that's redundant. So don't post anything that can, without a shadow of a doubt, locate you to a very small location. Because that shit will get you doxxed. Oh yeah. The worst part though is that the guy that got the information got the wrong information. So he sent the fucking cops the wrong house. It wasn't even the guy's house, it was someone else totally unrelated. They opened the door and had their wallet in their hand. And the police opened fire. It was awful. One of the doxers went to jail for it. In one of the only cases of consequences. Yeah. Yep, that was in America. But the comment remains the same. So yeah, as Fluffy says, mind your operational security. Don't dox yourself. Don't share information about yourself. If you want to be a VTuber or streamer, being very careful about what information you release online will do you a world of good. And that goes for even people who are not streamers. Because the world is full of scammers. And they are chomping at the bits to steal your fucking identity. So don't give them any ammunition, right? Make sure that your pictures have no geotags. Make sure that you don't post things with ways of identifying where the picture was taken easily. So no street signs. Ideally, no license plates, no address tags. Alright, no full names. Stuff like that. Anyway, things to keep in mind. And if you are really paranoid, you can also just stream without a webcam and use your voice. Some people did that, but I'm gonna tell you right now, it's streaming on hard mode. Okay? It's very, very, very difficult to get noticed if you don't have any type of branding presentation of yourself, be it IRL or VTuber. And if you do that, you have to be mindful of the potential results. Who knows, you might still get a lot of success. It works for some people. But, you know, keep that in mind. But yeah, expert mode, social, exactly. At the end of the day, what is the most important thing of all if there is one thing to keep in mind, considering everything else, is that you have to pick what you feel more comfortable with. So if you think streaming as a VTuber is what you want to do, then by all means, go for it. I think it's a great way to stream, in my opinion. Because, you know, it lets you express yourself in a way that's not possible in real life. And it's given me an outlet for my creativity over the last few years. But I wouldn't trade for the world. So I'm a big fan of VTubers. So I might be a little bit biased. Alright, so let's say that you did decide to be a VTuber. Then, how to pick your persona. So, yeah, these are guidelines, okay? Because you don't even need a persona. Sometimes VTubers just pick a design and that's it. There's no lore, there's no role-playing, there's nothing. And that's okay too. I went with the role-playing light part. I'll explain. So, I have light role-playing elements in my stream. I have lore, but I don't hammer it on people's heads all the time. I have a personality that's not 100%, well, that's not true. It's mostly the same, because I'm bad at role-playing. So I went with something very similar to how I am in real life, because it feels more authentic to me. But, you know, it works for me. Might work for you differently, you know? So, at the end of the day, you have to pick a persona you are comfy with. Because, sure, going with something totally different from your IRL self can seem appealing at first. But try to inhabit that for any long stretches of time, like for years. And if you're not able to personify it correctly or to your liking, it's gonna get really tiring very quickly. Okay? So I can't roleplay as an outgoing, outspoken person because I'm not that. Sure, I like talking a lot, but I'm very non-confrontational. So trying to roleplay anything else differently would not work for me, because I would break character almost immediately. So, good things to keep in mind when you're designing your VTuber is, here's some pointers. What do you like doing in life? What are your hobbies? Favorite colors? Aesthetics? You know, look at things you enjoy and what they look like. You try to take some inspiration from that. Like any characters from video games or books inspires you, you can also use that to draft your persona. Also, you know, do what feels right, but don't copy someone else's design or concept. But I had a big if to that. It's almost impossible to be 100% like original. Alright? Unless you're like the first VTuber doorknob. You're gonna have something that will be similar to someone else. It's almost guaranteed, you know? Like, for example, I'm far from being the only alien VTuber out there. But I like to think I made it my own thing, you know? In my own way. So that doesn't mean you cannot be a Catgirl Demon, for example, because there's a few of them already. But you have to make it your own. Alright, so don't like copy their design 99% and then go like, oopsie, because you're gonna get in trouble. And some people are really big about pointing out that type of shit online, so that's all they do. And you're gonna run across them at some point. But yeah, don't over worry about it though. Because there are just so many VTubers nowadays. There's gonna be some similarities, no matter what you do. Alright? So yeah, keep that in mind, but don't let it completely sap any desire you have of being a VTuber. And you know, as for the lore, once again, you know, have fun with it. And let your creativity shine through. And keep in mind that if you want it to feel natural, most of the lore will probably be only showcased on your debut. And afterwards it will mostly take a back seat. But it's useful to keep in mind, and like make a little text describe it for yourself. So it's good to keep an eye on it to make sure that you stay consistent. I have a document like that for myself, so that things I talk about in the past can keep being consistent, right? So for me, my lore is almost always in the background. I will talk about it when it's relevant to the conversation, but I will never go out of my way to do so. And I try to keep it natural, like for example, my character's home planet is very cold. So whenever it's cold outside, well not always, but sometimes I'll make a mention of it. Like, it reminds me of home. You know, shit like that. You know, keep it natural, you know? So that's something to keep in mind. And, you know, feel free to sketch it out yourself. You don't have to be a good artist to get your idea across. Although if you want to go with a live 2D or 3D model made from scratch afterwards, or work on creating it yourselves, having a reference sheet goes a long way to achieve that, you know? Let's see if I can find my reference sheet. I know it's somewhere. I should have thought about that. I guess I can grab the... Alright, hold on. Where did I put it? Okay, well, here's a really bad example. Here's a really, really bad example. So here's one of the reference sheets for one of my designs. Okay? So having things like that, you can even do like a fucking sketch of a stick figure with some text to help you figure it out for yourselves. But it's good to be able to imagine it somewhat. So if you want to invest more in being a VTuber, having a reference sheet commission might be a good idea. But it's not necessary, not even close. I'm just offering suggestions here. Oh yeah, dungeon writing sheets can also be a very good way to get started with your design. Because it gives you an idea of their capabilities, their skill sets, and their backgrounds. So that's also a very good idea, Jabs. Good one. So yeah, that should give you an idea. Alright, what else? So, very, very important as well. Okay? If you make a design, you start streaming with it, and after a while, it starts being annoying to you. It doesn't feel authentic. You don't feel comfy in it. There's nothing wrong in rebranding. Nothing wrong whatsoever. At the end of the day, being comfortable in your streaming space is very important. So if you fall out of love with your concept, it's perfectly fine to reboot or rebrand. If it allows you to perform better and be more comfortable streaming. Because otherwise people will pick up on it. This writer sheet, moderate wisdom, decent amount of charisma, everything else, nothing. How did you know? How did you know? Can't believe I've been outed like this. Oh my god. God damn it, Jabs. But yeah. So don't feel like if you started one way, that you're stuck like that for the rest of time. Find something that works for you. And if it doesn't work for you anymore, change it. It's okay. It's streaming, not rocket science. And yeah, I mean, immersion-wise, it's kind of a downer, but most people will be fine with it. And if they're not, that's not your problem. I'm not a good example of that because I pretty much stuck with this concept for all the time I've been here. But I just want to say that to the people that do change their minds a lot, it's totally okay, it's fine. Minus strength. Yep. Why don't watch us on Twitch? Because in space no one can hear you stream. No one can see you stream either. You're too far away. You're out of the signal. Yeah, minus 3 strength. I do have average agility. But yeah, I'm not strong. Because, you know, I play a lot of video games, so I can be a little bit more dexterous. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to think about in D&D terms. Alright. Now to the meat and potatoes. How to consistently grow. Oh, they turned it back on now. Why did they do that on the day of the eclipse? That's kinda weird. You mean hand is sturdy, not full body. No, I'm clumsy IRL. But I am okay at video games. How does that translate over in D&D terms? Does that mean I have like a high slate of hands, but a low actual dexterity modifier? What the fuck does that mean? Oh shit, no kidding, y'all. That's amazing. You guys are catching up. That's awesome. you'll be exploring space in no time. Maybe. Alright, so how to consistently grow? Takes a lot of work, but here's some basic little bullet points to help you. This animal is acting weird. Oh yeah, the birds got very quiet for about a minute when the total eclipse started in my corner of the world. It was kind of eerie. You know, sleight of hand, but I just sacrificed just within luck. I think I'm pretty lucky. Because a lot of streaming is a lot of luck too. It's a lot of work, but it's a lot of luck. And all of that has to come together in a perfect teamwork to actually succeed. Anyway, I'm a little bit off topic here. We're gonna open the portal to hell. What makes you think it hasn't already happened? Oh. Oh no. Anyway. Alright, so one of the most important things you can do as a streamer is be consistent. Okay? I can't hammer this enough. Be consistent. I can't circle shit with my life, holy crap. Wait, I need help. There we go. Hey, perfect circle. Totally just grew that naturally. Anyway. So I recommend about 3 to 4 times a week. But if you're not sure, 3. Even maybe 2. Okay? The most important part about it, okay? The most important part is to not overdo it, okay? I've seen so many streamers with so many good intentions start and go like, I'm gonna stream 7 days a week, and I'm gonna be the bestest streamer that ever bested streaming. And as commendable as that is, the problem with setting a really high schedule is that if you want any chance of success, you're gonna have to hold on to it, because otherwise your viewers will feel cheated, because they've been conditioned to expect 7 streams a week. And if you're 2 years in and you can't keep it up anymore, you're gonna burn the fuck out, friend. And it's gonna be a disaster. It's gonna be a disaster. With my arms, well, I don't think so. I'll be the first casualty of the demon invasion. I'll be a blue smear on the wall. Oops. But yeah, so it's important to pick a schedule that works for you always. Alright, don't go like, I'm gonna stream every day for 2 months because I'm in between college and university or whatever. That's not gonna work. Because the second you have to cut out your schedule, you're gonna lose half your viewership. If you're lucky. I'm too fashionable to die, you would think so. But they don't care about that. I'm gonna be, look at these lasers, they're so pretty, and then I'll catch on fire. It'll be horrible. Hopefully it will not be televised. But yeah, TLDR. It's nice to be excited about streaming. Just make sure you pick a schedule that will always work for you. Otherwise, you're gonna set yourself back if you have to cut parts of it out. Okay? And as for the stream length, try to stream at least 4 hours. 6 is perfect, is ideal, but I can't fucking do that. But if you can, 4 to 6 hour streams have been shown to appear more often in the Twitch algorithm at the 4 and 6 hours mark. So, you know, something to keep in mind. Okay? And also, to go back on the consistent schedule thing, it's better to put the numbers of stream a week a little bit lower and use the time you would have streamed to produce long and short form content on other platforms instead. Because that's where most of the growth will come from. that and collabs, but we'll get to it later. So yeah, 3 and 4 would be ideal, yeah. Because sometimes you can run into the opposite problem. There is such a thing as streaming too much. Okay? Where if you stream too much, viewers will become jaded and go like, I don't have to watch them today, I can just catch the next stream tomorrow. And then you shoot yourself in the foot because you no longer have any free time and you can't work on other content because the time of growing only on Twitch and YouTube is long gone. It's done. Okay? You might be in the super lucky ones that can just go viral by hitting the go live button 3 times a week. But the sheer majority of people will never get that unless they work on getting discovered. Okay? And that means creating long and short form content on other platforms. That means posting vertical short content on YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, TikTok, posting shorter form horizontal content on regular YouTube also is important. Okay? And since about 2 months ago, multi-streaming using Restream.io to YouTube and Twitch is also a very good way to get some early discoverability on yourself. And also it's invaluable as a way to save your VODs, which means your previous streams, because Twitch will only keep it for around a month, and then it's off into the ether, never to be seen again. Okay? So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm live streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. Hi YouTube. Don't forget, if you have any questions, you can also ask it. I have the chat aggregator on the top. So your message will not be lost. Alright. So other things to keep in mind. Just hitting the go live button can be the easiest way to stream, but I think it's also important to put some thought into the type of content you make. Okay? So special events, concepts, focusing on making your stream entertaining. So for example, doing collabs, okay? But not too many, because otherwise it will become your brand and it will make it impossible for you to do any other type of content. And that becomes very limiting long term. Okay? Subathons are also a great way to do some engagement and also give yourself some challenges that your viewers can make you go through for additional monetary incentives. So that's always fun. Hiya, Fred. Yes, I am a hobo. Also, sometimes special streams with challenges, like maybe a stream where you only play rage-inducing games, games with Twitch integration, like Cult of the Lamb and stuff. Things that will make your viewers be able to directly interact with you can also have a lot of weight once you get the community going. What's the difference between a hobo and a bum, Fred? I'm curious. Please enlighten me. Man, humans have so many weird names for things. Alright. Most of all, the most important part, one I'm still not very good at. Make your stream entertaining. Okay? So, that means talking a lot even if no one is there. Having a good monologue is important, especially at first. Because people don't tend to stay in streams if you're just quietly playing a game like this. Do what I mean? Hobo is homeless, bum is butt cheeks. Isn't that the British interpretation of it? Because I thought bum meant something else. Okay, now I'm confused. So yeah, talk a lot. don't be afraid, because it gives ways for people to springboard into different topics. So, stream of consciousness, talk about your day, think about things you think about, talking about things that interest you. Talk about movies, previous embarrassing stories, things you like, things you hate, things you don't care about too much. You're Portuguese. I don't believe that, Al. Not even for a second. So always try to think about ways to make your gameplay more fun to watch. Shenanigans, stuff like that. Okay? Also, surprisingly important, watch your own videos. So for example, after a stream, or maybe the next day, take some time out of your day. Watch your own streams. Because if you want to tune out of your own streams, it means you're doing something wrong. You have to be your biggest fan of your content. So if you're bored watching yourself, that means there's room for improvement. And you always get things to think about. Like when professional gamers or sports people watch their last games to try to figure out what they could improve. That also applies to streaming. You'd be surprised. Okay? Also, creating a Discord community to build up a group of people from your more interactive viewers is very important, because it lets everyone that really likes the concept have a place to interact with each other, to post stuff, to grow as a community together. If you don't give them a place to aggregate in, it's going to be very, very difficult to keep any type of cohesive community together. And it's also a great place to showcase things you're working on, get feedback, let people know when you're live. A lot of fun stuff like that. And also, it's free. So there's nothing wrong with starting one. And don't be discouraged if there's not a lot of people in there at first. I had like 3 people in my Discord for years before I got bigger. And now we have about almost 350 people in there, so we all gotta start somewhere, okay? So don't be discouraged. Be patient. Patreon is a good way to offer bonus content to your most loyal viewers as well. And also another revenue source if you want to bring your streaming to the next level. But I don't recommend doing that immediately when you start. That's something to do once you're a little bit more established. Otherwise, it can come across as unappealing. Because if you don't have a stable community, you might not have anything to offer people on Patreon yet. And that's okay. Once again, you gotta be patient with yourself. You have to walk before you can run. Very important. Alright, hold on, I need some water. Whew. That's a lot of talking. Okay, what else? Oh yeah. Some fun tricks to keep in mind to help yourself. So, always try to think about ideas for content ahead of time. I have a Word document, a Google Doc, that I have open, and I put my ideas in for future streams, for future videos, conversation topics, potential future collabs. So, a good way to organize yourself is to plan it ahead of time. Having a schedule with time set aside to work on stuff is also very, very important, because it lets you put away time every week to work on stuff you have to work through. Otherwise, you will end up working on it at the last possible second, and it's going to be a mess. Trust me, I've learned that the hard way many, many times before. Also, very important, work smart, not hard. Fish. Okay? There are ways for you to be more productive with less work. I don't mean don't work hard, I just mean be efficient, okay? So for example, you can use your stream footage to your advantage to turn into short and long form content on TikTok and YouTube. So if, for example, you're streaming and you remember having a rant about something, you can cut up that segment and turn that into an actual long video on YouTube after you edit it. So, for example, I remember bitching about how movies are not as good as they used to be. And I go on a bit of a rant about that for like 10 minutes, around 10 minutes, I guess. So I took that part out of the stream the next day, and I edited it out into a smaller video for YouTube. Okay? Scripts so boring. What do you mean? Oh, you mean the movies? Yeah, I went on a whole ass rant about that. Yeah. So, I used that footage to make videos. So I took like 1 or 2 funny moments from it, turned it into a short vertical video, and kept the horizontal edited video for a longer 7-minute video for YouTube. So that way you can turn one piece of content into multiple pieces of content. So that's working smart. And you know, sometimes your viewers will also clip some stuff from your streams. Use that to post on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, etc. Okay? That's how you get more bang for your buck, so to speak. And there's nothing wrong also with just recording stuff offline for content. So you can take some time, you can write a script, you can do like a video game review, you can do a rant about a topic you really want to talk about. Like, I bitched about Silent Hill for 10 minutes one time offline, recorded myself and posted it on YouTube. We did okay. Don't complain. Alright, we'll be here, Delta. So yeah, that's a cool way to make yourself some starting content for your streams. Because everyone that streams on YouTube are gonna have rants and funny moments they can turn into other piece of content. If you don't have any, you're either not looking hard enough or you're not quite there yet, stream-wise. And I mean that without any offense whatsoever. I mean that in the nicest way possible. But you know, sometimes you have to think about what you produce and try to analyze why it's not working. And yeah, sometimes it will be that you were unlucky, or the algorithm did not get hit in a specific way, or for some reason the algo was not performing as usual. So there's a lot of things, unfortunately, out of your control with content creation. And that's okay. You have to be able to live with that. Because there will come a time where you will spend 12 hours editing a 20-minute video. Because that one is very mechanically intensive. And it will not do as well as you hoped for reasons out of your control. So you have to be ready about that. And there will be things you will be able to learn, but sometimes you're just unlucky. There's no funny way to go about it. But you can always improve. Nobody's perfect, no one ever will. But there's always things to work on. Things to train on. Things to experiment with. So try to see that as a good thing. As an exciting thing to keep working on. Don't get discouraged with that information. Be emboldened. Oh my god, super. Come on. Right, also very important. Very, very, very important. Avoid drama. It's not worth it. Okay, there's gonna be people bitching at each other online until the heat death of the universe. Most of the time, it's not good to get invested in it. So just keep your head down and focus on building a community. Because yeah, sometimes if you decide to get involved, you might get some short-lived popularity. But here's the thing with drama. If you are born of it, you will die of it eventually. There will come a time where the drama will catch up with you, and it will be your turn in the chopping block. So, don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. On the same vein, some general streaming tips, do and don'ts. Oh, they are, L. It's fucking exhausting. It's exhausting. You can't keep up with it. And it's superficial most of the time. I mean, sometimes it's for actual fucking serious shit. That's not drama. Okay? There's a difference between, oh my god, they tweeted at me, and this person sexually assaulted someone. That's not drama. That's crime. Be able to learn the difference. Anyway. Also, a very common newer streamer trap is the follow for follow bullshit. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It only adds viewers. I mean, it only adds followers to your account that will never watch your streams. So it also makes you look desperate. And people will pick up on that pretty easily. The vibes when streaming are very important. And it can make or break your stream. So don't get too much in your head about that also. Yeah, then they go, nice to meet you, and then sometimes it's even a little bit more obfuscated than that, Agent. It's like, oh, nice to meet you, you talked for a while, right? And then they follow you, and then you're like, oh, they look nice. I mean, they seem nice. I mean, language barrier, don't mind me. So, yeah, they seem like a nice person. I guess I'll give them a follow. And then you start following them. Then the next time they post something, you go to reply to them, and you see they don't follow you anymore, and it's only been like one day, and you're like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's insidious, isn't it? Yeah, it leaves a sour taste in my mouth whenever that shit happens. Because it makes people feel fake. Anyway, I digress. But yeah, also, what's very important to keep in mind. Turn off your viewer count during streams. Don't look at it. Okay, there are ways to turn it off so you don't see it. Nothing takes you out of a stream more than sneaking a little peeky peek at your viewer count during the stream. Because if it's too high, you'll get nervous and panicky. If it's too low, you'll get depressed. And as I said, vibes are important during a stream. And viewers are surprisingly good at picking up when something's off. And they will leave. Okay? Also, it gets you stuck in your head while streaming, which doesn't really make you bring your A game with the stream. Okay? For those that go high, and then when you reply, the next words are, so that you don't have any. Oh, yeah, those. We call those the artist bots. They often have GFX in their names or numbers, and they try to make it seem like they're interested in your stream or you as a person, but they're not. They want to be hired. They want money. So yeah, that shit sucks. Don't do it. I know it's hard to make money as an artist. Believe me, I understand that. But cold calling people on stream is kind of icky, in my opinion. And it's gonna make people don't like you. And it's gonna make people not like you immediately. So you already start on the wrong foot. Don't do it. Don't do it. If you want to promote your art, do it the old-fashioned way. Post your art online. Interact with the art community. Give feedback on others' art. Get involved. I know, sometimes the algorithm will screw you over, but it's screwing over everyone these days. But don't feel too bad about it. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of those people on Discord too. Also, if you're on my Discord, and someone in my Discord sends you a message like that, please let me or one of the moderators know. Because I'm gonna boot their asses out. It's in my rules, don't do it. Okay? So yeah, that's the idea, Agent. That's a good way to also make sure that you don't get too many of these people in your streams. Well, we're talking about people going like, "Hi, you need any artwork? I'm an artist." That's an awful thing to do. Just cold calling people. You know, calling people, so to speak. Hold on. Okay, I was wondering why are my hands not working? Okay, where was I? Shit, I got lost in my own presentation. Okay. As for the viewer count, I want to close on this. Don't watch it during your stream. But do keep an eye on it after the stream. To get you a general idea for what to work or improve on. Okay? So there's nothing wrong with going after the stream, like the next day maybe, and seeing how your viewership ebbed and flowed through the stream. To see what parts were more interesting than others. To get a better idea of where you perform better and where you need some work on. So that's a good thing to keep an eye on. But not during the stream, okay? Otherwise you're gonna drive yourself bananas. Also, don't get too many moderators for Twitch and Discord. That's an important bit. Because you'll get into some really small communities sometimes. And the chat will have like 5 people in it. And it's all gonna be moderators. Not only is that not really enticing for people coming in, makes them feel left out, it also brings you a lot of potential friction. Because if you have too many cooks in your kitchen, someone's gonna catch a ladle to the face at some point. Because someone's gonna take a moderating action that another moderator will not like, and then they'll get the beef. Then you'll have to pick a side, and then it gets so fucking annoying. So most of the time, 1, maybe 2, is more than plenty until you get a really active chat. Until that point, you can do the moderation yourself. You'll be fine. Also, very important. That might be a preference thing, but I feel like this might be important. Don't give moderator powers to people who ask you out of the blue. Most of the time, they don't want it for the right reasons. They want to go on a power trip. And it never ends well. What I recommend is reaching out yourself to really cool people in community that you think you would be compatible with, and that would do a good job. So you pick, you offer, they either accept or they don't. I feel like that's a way better way of doing it. And so far it's been working for me tremendously. Stonewall and Crasher Drone have been two really, really awesome mods. And I couldn't be more happy with what they do for us here in this lovely community of ours. So if you're watching, both of you, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate the work you guys do. I know we don't have the most out of control community, but still, I really appreciate the work you put in. Thank you. So keep that in mind when you join your community. I think that would be helpful. All right. Another really, really, really important thing. Be patient. Success is really rare and really time intensive in most of cases. It doesn't happen overnight. In the rarest of cases, some people might blow up in 2 weeks. But don't let that be your only strategy or the reason you quit after a month because you don't have 1,000 viewers yet. Be in it for the long haul. You will get better results this way. And most of all, don't get discouraged. Take it one day at a time. Understand the pitfalls of streaming in general. How time intensive it is. How inconsistent it is. How hard it is to get noticed initially. But don't get discouraged by it. See it just as humps on the road. On your journey to whatever the end result will be. Okay? Because at the end of the day, you have to want to do it. You have to have fun doing it. But, it's normal not to feel 100% happy about it all the time. There will come times when you will not want to stream in your schedule. And sometimes you'll have to force yourself a bit. But if it becomes that way for every single stream for an extended period of time, it might be time to start reevaluating what you're doing. Okay, so if you're doing something that truly makes you miserable for a long period of time, don't do it. Stop it. Not only is it hurting you, viewers will pick up on it too. As I said earlier, they're very perceptive. Take some time, figure out what you want to do, and try to do that instead. You'll be much happier long term. Hey, Crasher, what's up? How are you doing? Alright, a few more things I want to keep an overview on before we go into the more meat and potatoes of it. Okay, general social media tips. Yeah, I heard. Hopefully you're doing okay, all things considered, Crasher. Okay. Unfortunately for you guys getting started in 2024, everything is algorithm based these days. Pretty much everything has an algorithm. YouTube has an algorithm, Twitter, TikTok has an algorithm, Instagram has an algorithm. Hashtags, however, are no longer the king of the hill, so to speak. And yeah, people trolling and baiting outrage, outrage bait, is what gets you a lot of views these days. But it's not the kind of attention you want, because it's short. It will leave almost immediately. And it also has a lot of people you don't want in your community coming in. People that will call you cringe and just post emojis. Okay? Consistency on your social media game pays off eventually. Try to post something every day but not too much in a single day. Avoid hashtags for now. They're actually getting you delisted. Try not to put too many links in your tweets. That gets you delisted now. That's why sometimes I'll post a link to my stream in a reply to my main tweet. Because putting a Twitch link on Twitter like cuts my views by 90% nowadays. It's impressive how bad it is. Gotta admit, Al, I might be cringe, but I'm free. But yeah, doing those things will... Yeah, so you gotta be careful. Also, don't get tempted to pay for Twitter Blue or for ads. Because that shit will immediately change your engagement as soon as you stop subscribing or paying for the ads. Because they have discovered you to be susceptible to pain, and they will derank your shit until you pay them again. I've learned that the hard way on an earlier account a long time ago. Don't do like I did. Okay? Okay, now very, very, very important. DMCA. Wow, scary, spooky. We live in a world where copyright is king, as it should be. There are ways to navigate things like that. So, for example, don't play copyrighted songs during your stream. Use copyright-free stuff like stream beats, which is what I'm listening to right now. You have all the rights to it. You will not get copyright struck for it. Because the thing about copyright strikes is that it only takes 3 and your account gets banned, no matter the platform you're on. 3 strikes, you get banned off Twitter. 3 strikes, you get banned off YouTube. 3 strikes, goodbye TikTok, goodbye forever. Although on TikTok, they have rights to songs. So that's not too bad. As long as you tag them properly, you should be fine. But, yeah, YouTube and TikTok, no, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, don't do it. Don't do it, it's dangerous. Long gone are the days of just playing whatever you want. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, remember back in the old days, Thrasher, where we actually had a song requester bot. Those were the days. Even if Jabs mostly used it to play Muppet songs. Okay, I'm good. Don't mind me at the moment. Okay, also, if you multi-stream and intend to do reaction content, turn off the YouTube button when you start. Because YouTube really hates you watching their own videos live. And they will turn off your stream automatically until you stop doing it. We got that. It happened to us when I was watching some News Top 5 multi-streaming a few weeks ago. They have very good detection software. Don't try them. Okay? Don't try to challenge it. You will not win. And that could put your account in trouble. Oh, you showed up after the songbot. Ah, damn. My memory's not as good as it used to be, it seems. Goddamn. Yeah, you remember that, Super. Oh my god. Those were the days. Alright. So, if we go back to the VTuber stuff. Something to keep in mind for VTubers and also regular people, in a way. Okay, debuts. That's more for VTubers, this part. It can help. It can hype up your official career start. but should not be essential. I'm not sure if people know this, but I never actually debuted it. For realsies. I started before I knew what the fuck that was. And I think I did pretty okay. I did do some debuts for outfits. Or for my new 2.0 model when I got it done back in the day. Well, I'm not sure that counts. But if you do actually want to do a debut, please keep in mind a few things. Okay? You can stream before the debut, but don't use your model. Use a PNG or nothing at all. And to further along that idea, don't let the debut be your first ever stream. That's probably one of the most important things. If you're a VTuber for this particular little presentation. Because if you don't try out streaming before you debut, you could spend thousands of dollars on a shiny Life 2D model. And then do your first stream and realize you fucking hate the stream. You don't like streaming. So what I recommend is to put a PNG up and do some streams as you work on hyping up your debut. That way you will not only make sure you love streaming, but you will also learn some valuable things before you actually do your debut. It will make you more ready for the debut because you'll get some experience in. So let me tell you, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Your first streams are gonna suck. They'll be stuffed. The volumes will be weird. Your bit rates will be all over the place. You will have some awkward silences. You will stutter. You will miss the mark. Your games will crash. Get comfortable streaming and then debut. So don't be worried. Don't be scared to put your debut a few months late down the line. Because you can work up to it. Because trust me, my first streams were awful. I can't look at them without cringing the whole way. I used to talk so slowly, and my voice changer used to be so bad. Before voice mod got its first post-beta patches. It was a work in progress. There's no rules for streaming. You learn as you go. Keep that in mind. Alright, Agent. Hope you have a good rest. And that your computer will work tomorrow. Otherwise, I hope you have your phone with you. Otherwise, it'll be a long ass day. Anyway, sleep well. Have a good one. Alright, what else? Oh yeah, stream themes. So, can be a good way to do some networking and to be more easily discoverable. But can also be the source of drama and also a lot of work to keep the team together and keep everybody on the same commitment level. Because no one sees streaming exactly the same way. And that can cause some friction in teams. Like, you look at MMOs and raiding groups, and how much of them fall apart. Stream teams that can have the same fate, because they have similar vibes. I've been very lucky myself. Most of the teams I've been on have been exceedingly great experiences. But many people were not so lucky. So, something to keep in mind in that regard. Okay, now, streaming software and VTuber software. Alright, here we go. But I should have just made the PowerPoint. It would have been way fucking easier, huh? Oh well, I'm too in the middle of it now. It's too late. I've actually witnessed the streamer regret firsthand on multiple occasions. Yeah. Oh yeah, I bet. I bet the whole VTuber sphere is littered with these stories. People selling their whole models because they realize it's not for them, which is fine. Which is fine. At least they get to recoup some of their losses that way. And someone else gets a go at it. Anyway. Okay, so for streaming software, I recommend either OBS or maybe Streamlabs OBS if you want a quick and easy way to get started. But as soon as you want any more options, regular OBS is best because it has all of the add-ons, all of the plugins that can really elevate your streaming presentation. But yeah, as I said, Streamlabs OBS is like only if you want a quick and dirty way to show yourself if you want to stream or not. Because it comes with some pre-made stuff ready to go. But if you want any type of serious content creation, get the fuck out there and use regular OBS. Very important. Because you're gonna hit the wall with that thing. Sooner rather than later. Okay, as for streaming quality and options, I recommend going in 720p at 4200 kbps. At least that's what works for me. It's the middle ground between resolution, size, and smoothness and non-pixelation of my output. But if you can stream comfortably at 1080p and around 5.5 kbps, 5,500 kbps, that would be a more popular setup. But you have to make sure in that case that your computer and internet connection can keep up with it. And also, more importantly, what type of games you play. Because if you play graphically intensive games and you stream in 1080p and a high bitrate, you're gonna run into some troubles. Because especially if there's a lot of movements in your games, it's gonna turn into a pixelated mess. Trust me, been there, done that, got a t-shirt. So if your game has a lot of movement and your computer's not that good, it's better to stream at lower resolution and also okay, here's a good trick. If you have a lot of movement in your game, it's better to stream at lower resolution and higher kbps, the bitrate, to prevent your stream from looking like a smeary mess. That's important. Because, oh my god, it's like, I played certain games with a lot of, some bullet hells, like roguelikes, with a lot of projectiles on the screen. Or, for example, Path of Exile has a lot of shit going on the screen at all times. So if I put the bitrate too low, everything becomes blurred and pixely. It's ugly, it's awful, you can't see shit. And it also pushes your CPU into overdrive, so everything becomes stuttery. So always keep that in mind. Otherwise, you're gonna run into some trouble. Well, I would probably start out at 180p and 5500 kbps at first. And then you do a test stream. You play a game with a lot of activity on it, and you see how smooth or pixely it is. So if it's too smeary or pixely, upgrade the bitrate, but don't go over what your internet connection can do. Okay? So do a speed test. Figure out what your upload can sustain. Otherwise, you're gonna run into some troubles. So either 720p at 4200 kbps or 1080p at 5.5k or 5500. You can even go to like 600,000 if you want. As long as you have more than 50 megabytes of upload, you should be fine. Oh, Josh, you're late. People were talking about that in the first hour of the stream. Sorry. Well, I hope you had fun watching it. Right now, we're talking about streaming stuff. Come on in. Hopefully, it will be interesting to you. Upload. Super, upload is most important. Because you're sending data to Twitch. Not the other way around. So your upload is very important. And most of the time, it will also be lower than what you can download. Most internet companies kind of go light on the upload because they don't want you uploading shit. Well, your upload is twice as fast as mine, so you should be really good. Oh, no worries, Josh, no worries at all. Glad you're here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you should be fine then, Super. And it's really rare to see someone with a higher upload than a download speed. That's kind of amazing. Yeah, you have 1,000 megabytes of download, only 50 upload. Make it make sense. Goddamn shitty ass Canadian internet. Boo! Boo! Boo. Blah. Anyway. Alright, now we go back to VTuber stuff. I sorted these in order of more computationally demanding to less. Well, I mean, could be worse, Artemis. It could be Wi-Fi. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Never, ever, ever dream on Wi-Fi. You're only asking for heartbreak and pain and possibly constipation. Anyway, never ever, L. Oh no, you can ask whatever you want, Josh. You can ask whatever you want. I'll be taking questions after the presentation. I'm almost done, don't worry about it. Okay, so if you have a Swan computer, you can do 3D VTubing pretty easily. You can use softwares like VCFace that lets you use things like what's the name of it? It's a very accessible avatar making software. My friend Shirley is a big fan of it. Oh my god, I'm drawing a blank. It's an accessible 3D thing. And there's a lot of models made with it. What's it called? TED Talks are cool. They sure are. They kind of inspired this in a way. So funny you should talk about that. What's it called? Oh, V-Word. V-Word. Yeah, so look up V-Word on Google. There's a software that lets you, like, create a VTuber avatar from bits and pieces, then you can export it into something VCFace can import. I use VCFace for this. You can also use Warudo. I heard good things about it, and it's free on Steam as well. I will try to make this document available after the stream, so you could click on these. Or until then, you can do a Google search for Warudo. Warudo. So those are the main things you can use for 3D. And yeah, there are a lot of other programs. I'm just talking about the ones I'm familiar with. Well, yes, Pressure, exactly. Yeah, it's funny how my brain sometimes tries to fuck with me, Josh. Okay, so if your computer is a little bit less good, but not by that much, because Live 2D can be surprisingly graphically intensive nowadays. So we also have VTube Studio, also available on Steam. Although I'm trying to remember if it's free or not. I don't think it's free. Or maybe it is. I think there's a free and a paid version. And some Live 2D models can also have additional facial tracking options, but that will require VBridger. That one is paid, from what I've seen. Okay. So two of these options, there will be ways of getting free assets to either start with or to get your foot in the door in the wild world of VTubing. And none of these are better than the other. They all have their pros and cons. 3D models are good, but if you play a lot of graphically intensive games, you will look like a clip show. 1 FPS VTuber. Like whenever I tried to change worlds in Patavidza last week. Ooh, that was painful. Can also happen with 2D models too. It all depends on your CPU. I recommend going like Control Alt Delete to look at your what's it called? To look at your task manager. The task manager will show you what percentage of if you're at. So if you play games and your CPU keeps hitting 100%, you're gonna start losing frames on your stream. Oh yeah, Vinyan. That's another good one, Crasher. Thank you for telling us. Yeah, I've heard great things about that one. There's also some cool Twitch integration with that one, where viewers can throw shit at you. As in like, oh look, they threw a stuffed animal at their head. Haha, for channel points, or bits. So there's some fun stuff you can do with that. And if you want to go on the easier side to process on your PC. So if you play a lot of very graphically intensive games, or you want to get an easier door to VTubing, you can use either PNG Tuber Plus on Steam or Reactive Discord Pictures from Fujitech. That will help you have a simple picture that you can make a version with the mouth closed and a version with the mouth open, or adding some light blink animation. And there you have a very basic but highly functional VTuber model that lets you be a VTuber without having to spend thousands of dollars. And if people tell you you're not a VTuber because of that, they're liars. And they're trying to play gatekeepers like a bunch of dweebs. Yeah, VTuber gatekeepers are the funniest. Let people enjoy their stuff, you know? It's not that serious. Come on. Anyway. So yeah, there's a lot of ways to get started. Or to even just keep going as a VTuber with any of these softwares. So that's the base part of it. You can also improve on it in certain ways. But you have to realize something. Yeah, at the end of the day, your presentation matters, but what really does 90% of the actual work for you is not how you're VTuber or how you look. It's how entertaining you are. You have the prettiest fucking model in the world, with all of the toggles, thousands of dollars of toggles. But if you can't entertain, you're gonna crash and burn at the end. That's the hard truth of it. Having a really cool model might make them come in, but if you can't retain their attention, they will leave again. So yeah. if you have a 3D model, there's some optional fun things you can put in. Or, you know, if you also have a specially configured live 2D model, you can have hand tracking. I mean, finger track, oh god, come back. Funny that happens as soon as I mention the hand tracking. I think that someone's trying to send me a message somewhere. Oh my goodness. Okay. So, PNG tubers are valid, and without them we would have no... Yeah, exactly, Crashers. Crasher. Exactly, that's a good way to put it. Okay, so... if you want finger tracking, you can use a leap motion, which is what I use. That's around $200, depending on if you get it new or used. Okay, so that's for the finger tracking and basic hand tracking, if you don't have the other thing. If you want body tracking, or hands and head, that is not, you can use a webcam, or you can use what I do, which is admittedly more expensive. We're talking like $700 and more, which are Vive trackers. So my current setup is I have a Vive tracker on my head, tied to my earphones. And I have 2 wrist straps with trackers on each hand. And for the fingers, I have the leap motion. And for the face tracking, I have the 52 blend shapes that Apple requires for their facial tracking. And I have Wedaio on an iPhone with facial tracking capabilities. I bought it used for about $300. And I made the blend shapes myself. They're not that great, but they do the job. Although at some point I might invest in fixing it. And if you have a live 2D model, that can also work. But it needs to be configured properly for that. And they charge you extra for that also. So yeah, only invest in this if you're 100% sure you are committed to streaming for at least a year. More even. Because otherwise you're going to be down like $2,000 for nothing. And you're going to be left with some expensive paperweights. Although you can use the Vive trackers and the cameras if you have a VR headset for full body tracking in VR chat. So there's always that to keep in mind. So it's not all bad. So yeah, there's a lot of moving parts if you add all of these add-ons. So that can add a little bit more complexity to streaming. And as we know, complexity invites problems, bugs, unforeseen errors. So sometimes my hand's gonna fly off into space. Sometimes my face will freeze. Or the tracking will get wonky. But you know, being a VTuber is sometimes embracing the scuff. So you cannot be a perfectionist. Otherwise this shit's gonna drive you crazy. Trust me. And yeah, some people even lean into it. Like Crasher says. It's all good in the neighborhood. So yeah. At the end of the day, none of this is necessary. You can just use a PNG tuber or a basic webcam and 3D model. Or you can even just use your IRL self too. At the end of the day, as I said before, it can help. But at the end of the day, you as an entertainer will do most of the heavy lifting. Doesn't matter how pretty your presentation is, in the end, if you can't keep people interested, they will leave. Alright? So, look at it like Dark Souls. You're building up your skills. Every stream is a way for you to level up those skill sets. Your banter, your improv, your game skills, your interaction with your viewership. The way you're able to keep talking even if chat slows down All very important skills to keep in mind, as I've mentioned previously. So yeah. In conclusion, you've made it this long. Thank you for watching. Life is really like Dark Souls. It is otherwise, it is. Surprisingly so. Yeah, if you go into the office one day, and your boss calls you into the office, and you see a health bar at the bottom of the screen, you're in for some shit. Anyway, I'm getting off topic here. So in conclusion, these are my thoughts on streaming after 5.5 years of actually doing it. This is definitely not the definitive source on being a streamer or a VTuber for that matter. So, you know, more talented people have already did very great guides about this very topic. So people like Thea and Fofamit, just to name a few. They have a lot of resources. Go look them up on YouTube, please. They're awesome. And YouTube is also brimming with a lot of great advice from many different types of content creators, from small to huge. And if there is something you want to learn, even if it's not streaming or VTubing related, YouTube has it in spades. And you will not regret taking a look at it. So hey, you made it to the end. Thank you. Thank you so much. I do hope that this little scuffed presentation was of help to you, or could get you on your way to either starting streaming or improving on your current streaming. This might not work for you, but I think it's still good advice at the end of the day. But then again, I might be biased. So do with that information what you will. Thank you. Thank you. Arigato. Merci beaucoup. Well, that was a lot of talking. But I survived. Now watch me lose my voice in the next 30 minutes. Whew. Thank you. Alright, so before we take any questions, I'm gonna take a short break to get some more water because my throat is kind of dry now. But use this time to think about questions you want to ask me. It can be about VTubers, it can be about streaming, it can be about myself. It can be anything you want, as long as it's respectful. Is that even a word? I don't even know anymore. Anyways, I'll run some ads while I'm gone. Think about what you want to ask me. If you want to ask me anything, there's no rush. And once I return, after the ads are done, don't watch the ads by the way, they suck. Once we're back, we'll get into it. Alright, awesome. Thank you for humoring me. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors. God damn it. And if you're subscribed to my Twitch or watching from YouTube, enjoy the lovely fan art while you wait. Thank you so much. BRB. We're back. Alright, let's see here. Okay. We're back. Hello, hello. Whew. Yeah, good thing I have enough water. That's something else I forgot to mention. Training your voice to be able to speak for long periods of time without your voice giving out. That's actually very important. And I'll tell you right now, when I first got started, after 30 minutes of talking, my throat was a mess. And over time, I was able to talk for longer without problems. So it's like anything else, really. It can be trained, and you will get better at it. And you know, I've also had quite a handicap because English is not my first language. And when I first got started, I was not talking very fast because my brain had to keep up. And as I got better at it, I was able to start talking faster and faster. I'm still not quite there yet, but I'm working on it. And if anything, streaming has given me a better grip on my English than if I would have just practiced it any other way. It's a good motivation, is what I'm saying. Alright, I also brought some soda as a reward for myself. Cheers. Some good orange soda. Alright, so we're going to be taking questions now. So if anyone on Twitch and YouTube have any questions about any of the topics we've talked about today, or about myself, then I'd be more than happy to answer those questions for you. So let me have them. Until then, I will just say this. Streaming is maybe not for everyone, but it will not hurt you to try it. So you get that answer for yourself. And if worse comes to worse, you'll learn a few things and move on with your life. Or maybe you'll find your new favorite hobby or even career, if you're very lucky. That's the part of the commercial where they go like, "Success not guaranteed, please see words at the bottom." May cause uncomfortable swearing, night sweats, heart palpitations. What do I use for multi-streaming? Good question, Artemis. I use Restream.io, which I use the free version, which lets me stream at 2 different places. But if you pay a monthly subscription, you can stream to multiple other places. I know that currently you can stream also on TikTok if you show them proof of your following on other platforms. But most of the time, the free version of Restream.io will let you stream on Twitch and YouTube, which are the 2 biggest platforms anyway. So that's what I would recommend going for, so you don't spend too much money. What can I tell who the real Ted Girl streamers are? It's easy. Use a length of yarn in front of them. If they try to swat at it, they might be RL Ted Girl. If they get angry at you, you're out of luck. You're welcome. What made me want to become a VTuber? Good question. Well, I mean, I used to do some streaming in the past, in an earlier life. And I saw the cool technology behind the VTubers. And I saw some people doing it, and that kind of inspired me. I think one of the first actual VTubers I've seen that were not like Zuna I or something were like, I think there was someone, what was her name? Shit, now I'm drawing a blank. God damn it. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. This is gonna annoy me otherwise. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know about Myra Pink. She used to be, she still is a VTuber, but she started a long time ago. And I saw what the type of stuff she was doing. And that got me kind of intrigued. And other than that, it's like I saw what some people were doing with virtual model online. And with the popularity of VRChat and seeing how you could make your own 3D model, it got me thinking. So I decided to give it a go. And that was pretty fun. Although incredibly scuffed at first. But I eventually made my way to where we are now. Hey, Based, what's up? Mine RL God Girl. No, you're not, L. No, you're not. You're a blacksmith. Well, that helps. Go smack an anvil. But yeah, it's wild how much the technology has changed over the years. Seriously, as I said at the start of the stream, I used to stream with Oculus Rift controllers for hands and a Rift headset backwards on my head, using an actual instance of VRChat on the second monitor on the second PC, the capture card. It was scuffed, and I actually injured my neck doing it. I don't recommend. Oh, the map representation. I've talked a bit about this during my presentation, but I'm using facial tracking with an iPhone. And my 3D model has the 52 facial expressions you need for the Apple facial tracking to work. And the iPhone I'm using is an iPhone XS, I think. And that has like the, you know, the little red light that does infrared and captures your face. That's how I do it. I wasn't sure if I wanted to have the tracking or not, so I made the tracking myself. Took me 6 tries to get it looking somewhat decent. And I would not be against paying someone to fix it, to be quite honest with you. But it's good enough for me at the moment. And has been for the last few years. Yes, I use Widio on the iPhone for the facial capture. And I feed that into VC Face using, hold on, what's the name of it? Let me check. It's OSC VMC receiver. There are guides to do that in a more intricate way, but that should give you a general idea. So VC face for the model itself. Wadayo on the iPhone, feeding data to VC face for the face, and a leap motion for the fingies. Oh, hold on, I'll post it in chat. Hold on, I just want to make sure I'm spelling it correctly. There you go. Okay. Of course, Based. You're welcome. But yeah, you at least need an iPhone X, so it needs to have those animated emoji thingy, or the facial capture thing. So, a good way to know if you have the correct iPhone for it. If you try to log in your phone, and it asks you for Face ID, you have a compatible phone for it. Otherwise, no dice. And I know there are ways of doing basic facial tracking like that if you have the blend shapes on your model with a webcam. But that's a little bit out of my knowledge, so you might want to YouTube it. Why, thank you, Base. That's very kind of you to say. Have I thought about showing my face? Oh, I mean, as I said, I've done some IRL streaming in the past, but that was in a past life. In a other language. A long time ago. And to be honest, did not go well. So, and you know, I've had some amount of success, but nothing to write home about. This project has been the most successful of mine. By a long shot. Oops, sorry. So I have absolutely no desire to show my face. I enjoy their privacy. Especially these days, when everything gets fucking filmed everywhere. Like, I don't envy the popular IRL, real-faced, meat space people. Because as soon as they grow up, they must get so many people just not minding their own business. That must get really exhausting. But then again, my take on it might be biased because I'm kind of an introvert. So maybe some people like that. I don't really. I mean, I don't mind some social interaction, but I'm a very reserved person. Alright, let's see. Any other questions you guys have for me? Because once we're done with the questions, I had an idea I wanted to try out. Because I've done some consulting in the past for people wanting to become VTubers. So I thought we would bring one person along that wants to be a VTuber and try to help them out, help them brainstorm some ideas. So maybe that could be fun once we're done with the Q&As. So stay tuned. Oh, don't worry about it, Super. We'll figure it out. Wanting to get into a curating avatar. Yeah, that's probably the hardest part if you want to be a VTuber. Trying to figure out what you want to present yourself as. Because, everyone has a different mental image of what their online persona could be. That's mine. Yours will be different. I hope so, at least. Otherwise, you'll hear from my lawyers. Well, think about what you like. Think about the things you enjoy doing. Think about the colors you like. Think about the aesthetic you like. Type of music, type of favorite decorations, how you decorate your stuff. Everything can help you get that visual for you. Whatever that might be. It has to speak to you. Because you will be inhabiting that persona for a long fucking time. You want to make sure it speaks to you in a way. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem. Like, I've seen some people try out like very dominating personality role playing. And you clearly can see they're not into it at all. They just think it's gonna get them views. But then they all start, it's so fucking awkward. The shoe does not fit, is what I mean. And I don't mean anyone in particular. Alright, so don't think I'm trying to low-key target someone here. We don't do that here. Okay? I'm just being general, to give an example. God damn it, Super. Yeah, I don't mind helping you guys workshop some ideas if you're in the mood for it. Like what Base is doing. That's a fun thing to do. Because it gets you some feedback and a second opinion, a different viewpoint. And sometimes it can be very helpful. Because if you're anything like me, sometimes you get stuck in your head. And you lose perspective. So something you think is awful is actually pretty cool, but you can't see it anymore because you've been seeing it in your head for so fucking long. It no longer has any appeal to you, but you've seen it every day. Give it a chance by showing it to other people, so they can give you a more independent thought on it that is not affected by your previous experiences. Yeah, I totally get that, Base. I totally get that. Alright, any more questions? What questions do you have for me? I'm an open book. Somewhat. New edition of Perrier, what do you mean? Oh, no. I recently bought the Soda Stream. So I've been messing with soda flavors. Right now, I'm trying out the classic orange soda from their home brand. It's good, but it's way too strong, so I'm diluting it by 50%. And it tastes perfect that way. Not only that, it's gonna last me twice as long. Bonus! That's fine, Super. It happens to all of us. It's funny you have the little train icon for the hype train. I think if anybody else would have that type of icon, it should be you. Oh, really apropos. Maison Perrier edition blackberry flavor is an aromatics and good assembled with a spritzy Perrier formula. Oh, nice. I might have to give that a shot at some point. But yeah. Oh, of course. I always drink sodas chilled. Because otherwise, it doesn't taste as good. I know it's probably mostly in my head. But it is just what it is. I do love orange sodas though. But my favorite type of drink is iced coffee. I do really like it. You have the old conductor bag. Oh yeah, you do have it. Oh, that's awesome. I didn't even notice it. Hey, Blood, how are you? Welcome. I'm doing a small VTuber and streaming Q&A. I did a little presentation on it earlier. There were slides and shit. Okay, well, I mean, not exactly like a PowerPoint. I mostly copied and pasted some stuff from a document I prepared. It was fun. But I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. I had an interesting time looking at the eclipse earlier today. You know, looking in quotes, because I did not have the glasses. So I just hung out on my balcony and just enjoyed the dimming of the light for like a minute. It was really surrealistic. It was really weird, but I enjoyed it. Also, I found it pretty funny that the Google trend for the phrase, "my eyes hurt," kind of went trending 2 hours after the eclipse. Ah, humans. I feel like you need to work on that. Otherwise, you're not gonna survive as a species. You know, not looking at the sun directly is a very basic thing. How did you get as far as you did without that information? I will never be sure. But on one hand, skyscrapers, advanced medicine. On the other, eyes hurt, look at sun too much. I don't understand. Let me guess, your vision is awful, Priest. Oh my god, how did they know? Yeah, apparently that's the most vulnerable age group to the eclipse. Like some schools will let children, they won't put them indoors so they don't go blind from staring at the sun on the dare or for any reason. Well, I mean, that's the silver lining, isn't it? So, based. Could have been worse. That's a fun mantra. Well, I got rained on today. What? Could have been worse. Could have gotten a car to drive next to you and send water in your face. You know, stuff like that. Well, I had fried eyeball for lunch. That does not sound tasty at all, man. What the fuck? Alright, last call for questions. After that, we're gonna be doing a little bit of workshopping. Takoyaki. I tried it once, was not a fan, a little bit too chewy. Yeah, my ex-girlfriend was a really, really big fan of that. I wasn't. Believe me, I tried. Alright, so if no one else has any questions, how do I put up with a chat like this? I don't know. I guess I'm a very courageous person. Now, I'm very blessed to have this easy of a community to manage. You guys are so very chill. Like, I've seen other VTuber communities, some of them get very hectic. So in a way, I'm incredibly lucky to have such a chill and welcoming community. Thank you for the support. It really does mean a lot to me. That's also one of the advantages of growing a little bit more slowly. You get more control over how your community develops. It's easier to to make sure that awful people don't ruin it for everyone else. If you go viral too quickly, you get a gigantic influx of people. It becomes almost impossible to retain the original vibe, and you have to hope that you're able to at least keep things civil, because some communities will fly off the handle sometimes. They'll either end up bullying the streamer every time they stream, in a friendly way most of the time, or some are just totally antagonistic. I don't know how the streamers keep streaming after that kind of stuff, because some of it gets really fucking abusive. Like, any of you here know about Forsen? That community is really, really angry at the streamer. Like, that poor guy. So many insults. I know how the fuck he gets up at every day. Holy crap. Dear Lord. And as I seen, he seems to welcome it or not mind it. So he did not curate his audience. And that's what he got. I mean, if it works for him, it's fine, I guess. To each their own. Some people don't care, just want the attention. Yeah, it makes me think of another person too, Quinn69 in Path of Exile. He tends to make his own builds, and a lot of the time he doesn't have a lot of damage in them. And anytime I see him do a lead start, people are always like roasting the shit out of him in the chat. And he seems to... He uses it to his own advantage. He plays along with it. He leans into it. And it makes for an entertaining stream. At the end of the day, it doesn't feel as mean-spirited than what Forsen goes through. So, there's levels to it. Johnny Somali. Oh yeah, my god. I'm surprised that guy did not get thrown in a garbage bag. No, not necessarily garbage bag. I'm surprised he did not get thrown into a dumpster. Because, oh my god, he's so antagonistic. He got arrested in Japan for being a total nuisance. And I thought I saw him in the news today. Didn't he get in trouble in Israel or something? That was like yesterday or today, I think. It's kind of messed up. But yeah, that's the thing. There are certain streamers that encourage that type of behavior. Like, they just start pushing people randomly in the streets. Or they make a spectacle of themselves. And I don't like that type of stuff. It's cringe at best and dangerous at worst. And it's like, they will do everything for views. And the problem with that type of behavior is that it brings diminishing return. So to get that same type of reaction every single day requires more and more and more egregious shit. And one day you land in jail or worse, so it's not sustainable. It's dangerous. It's fucking obnoxious. Don't do that. The short-term gains you will get will only be paid back in suffering and bullshit. I wouldn't be surprised by that, Artemis. I would not be surprised by that. Yes, some people are really awful. And it's one of the reasons why I kind of don't like Kick as a streaming platform. I created an account there at first when it started. Just to reserve my name and shit, just in case. But the more I get information about it, the more I look at it, the more it seems like a fucking wasteland of awful stuff happening. Like people getting into fights, random ass porn on the main page, trying to sell gambling to kids. Like, it's all fucking bait. Engagement bait. They're trying to go for the low-hanging fruit. It might get them some results at first, but they are poisoned. The results are a trap. The results are poisoned. Because eventually, everyone has to pay their dues. Like, if you try to pick fights in the street, you will get knocked out at some point. And eventually, this will take a toll on your body. Or your brain. Or both. I said they live streamed the eclipse today, and the YouTube one had nearly 800k viewers. Oh my god, that's insane. I mean, that's amazing. Science wins. Yay, science. Money makes people do stupid things. Oh yeah, you got that right, Shinobi. Hi, Shinobi, how are you doing? Good to see you. Hope you've been well. That's a lot of people. Oh my god, it's almost 1 million viewers. Yeah, the love of money is the root of all evil. Well, there's nothing wrong with wanting some money, because money brings comfort. But the quest for money above all else leads to a life of depression and emptiness. Because the money always eventually runs out. And everybody you surrounded yourself with in that quest for money will leave once the money runs out. And you will be left with nothing. In order to build legitimate connections. Hey, Stone, what's up? How are you doing tonight? I mean, technically, we're all currently playing with atoms. Super. In our own special ways. Alright, any other questions you guys have for me? Before we go on to do, oops, sorry, had a stroke. Any other questions for me before we hop into the consulting part of the stream? Where I will bring someone on and have a little conversation about what they want to do with streaming and or VTubing. This is an experimental thing. So I don't know how the fuck we're gonna do this. But I wanna try it. We'll see what happens. Oh nice, the game is still going, isn't it, Stone? Well, I mean, I'm happy for them. Where do you get your outfit ideas? Oh shit, you asked me that earlier, didn't you? And I forgot to answer it. My bad, I suck. Okay, I get most of my outfit ideas from Instagram. I look at some fashion blogs also, and just, you know, scroll along, try to get the vibe going. Once I feel like I have enough inspiration, what I do is I find some free assets online. Usually it will be a hairstyle. I will put that on my model. And I will start thinking about ways to dress the model after that. It's like every outfit I have has a central element to it. Most of the time it's the hair. But sometimes I will find a very cute free asset online. I will put it on the model first, and then I will build everything around it. And most of the assets I use, I retexture a bunch or adjust. Because I don't have the usual slim Vtuber shape. I'm a little bit more curvy in parts, so I have to do some adjustments. And I have to do a whole new weight painting for it, so it would fit on my rig. But yeah, most of the time, I look at Instagram for inspiration. I find one, it's like Instagram for inspiration, and asset websites for also inspiration. And once I found one piece that inspires me, I build the entire outfit around it. It's fun. I like doing that. It's an interesting thing. And I'm up to more than 40 outfits now. Although I haven't done a new one in a month or two, so I might be due for a new one. I wonder what that will be. You'll see eventually. They have made a new standard for the brown now. What do you mean by that? A new standard? What does that mean? I'm curious. Running custom matches. Oh, well, like scrims and stuff. I see. Well, that's cool. At least people are gonna be able to play with their friends. Well, I mean, I'm glad Capcom still is promoting the game. Crossplay is forced. Well, I would hope so. The game doesn't have that many players anymore. At least that way it keeps the player base healthy. Ish. Healthy-ish. Alright, any other questions for me? About myself, my VTuber, my lore, streaming in general, bonus tips and tricks, question about the earlier presentation. I'm all open to it. Oh yeah, I mean, if you play on PC, the Game Pass version is probably the best bang for your buck. I would hope so. Alright, seems like we're all done with questions. Perfect. Alright, so that was the Q&A segment. I hope you found this informative and fun, because I sure did find it fun. It's good to take a look at the process sometimes, because once you've been doing for a long time, sometimes you kind of lose track of it. You forgot to think about it sometimes, and then you blink and 5 months have passed. So sometimes just taking the time to stop and reevaluate how you do things, even if it's just on the cursory level like what we did tonight. I think that's actually also helpful for me. Helps me think about what type of content I want to bring to my streams. So hopefully this was helpful to you, in a way. If you ever think about giving streaming or VTubing a shot. If you have any more questions after the stream, if you're like me and forget what questions you want to ask until the last second, I can also answer those questions if you ask them on our Discord server. There you go. The link to join us is right there. Alright, perfect. Well, what's 2 plus 2? Starfish. What else? Well, I think we're good. Alright, Super, you still up for it? Are you still interested in the thing we've talked about before the stream? If you are, that's perfect. If not, it's okay too. Don't worry about it. Just don't want to put you in an awkward place. Alright. Well, then I can talk about it. Thank you, Super. Alright, so this is something else I wanted to do tonight. Oh, that's hilarious. The Nightbot timer is doing the Discord thing almost at the same time as I posted it manually. That's hilarious. What are the odds? Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, 2 is better than 1. Click the link. Join us. We'd be happy to have you. Creepy stare. Okay, I'm done. Alright, so what I wanted to do tonight, after the Q&A, was to do a little bit of a consulting segment, where I bring someone from the chat that wants to get some advice live on stream to hop into a conversation with me on voice call. And then we would workshop some ideas together. Me, them, and you watching at home. So this is a little bit experimental. I don't know if I'm going to enjoy it. I don't know if you're going to enjoy it. I don't know if the person joining us will be enjoying it either. Or if it's going to be any useful to anyone, ever. But I gotta try. So we're gonna give this a shot. You should let me know if you find that appealing in any way. Okay, so I'm gonna join the stream room. Now, Super, you just have to join the lounge or game room voice channel. I'll drag you into the stream room. And we'll adjust your voice volume. And we'll get started. Because Super used to stream a while ago. And wants to get back into it. And maybe more VTuber way. So we're gonna do some workshop. We're gonna workshop some ideas. And we'll see how it goes. Alright. Let me see here. Everything's good. Okay, we got the little Discord pop-up here. So once Super joins. Okay, he's here. Perfect. Alright, here we go. Hey, Super. Hello. Sound check.
Hello?
1, 2. Oh my goodness. Scared the shit out of me.
What was I loud? Sorry about that.
It's fine, I'll adjust you. Holy crap, I just lost 5 years of my life.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine, it's me. I should have mentioned that sooner. Well, if people were sleeping, they're now very wide awake, so perfect time to get into a little consulting section of the stream.
Wait. Why do you sound so like scratch? I don't know.
Oh yeah, I'm having a weird-ass fucking problem with Discord these days. Let me see if I can fix it real quick.
Alrighty.
Okay, so... Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, is that better?
Still sounding a bit scratchy there.
God damn it, what's doing that?
I think it might be. It might be me.
Okay, what about now? Still scratchy, right?
Wait, speak again, real quick.
1, 2, 1, 2, testing.
Yeah, no, it's still scratchy.
Yeah, I don't know what's doing it because I've been using Discord off stream and I have no problem, but it seems like they've done something recently that makes it come across very weird because as soon as I hop into a game's voice chat, no problems. Only Discord seems to shit on my thing, even if I don't have the voice changer on. It's been a real annoying problem and I can't figure out what's doing it.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Yeah, it's making collabs a nightmare, but anyway, that's a conversation for another time.
Yeah.
Alright, give me a sec. Okay, Crusher, no worries. I hope you feel better soon, man. Get some rest, okay? Much love. Okay. So yeah, for those of you tuning in, we have a guest today, super unusual from the chat. I've invited him on stream because we were talking a little bit about streaming earlier. And that gave me the idea of making a stream to talk about streaming and being a VTuber, what we're doing tonight. And after that, I had the idea of maybe like doing a little workshop where we can help him figure it out. Because, Super, you've been streaming on and off for quite a few years, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been streaming on and off since about 2017.
Yeah, so it's been quite a while, but you've been having problems with consistency. And
Yeah.
yeah, things happening in your life and stuff like that. So we don't have to talk about that part. But at the end of the day, it's been, you've learned a lot on your journey, and you still have a way to go. But it's just the consistency part, I think, because from what I've seen of your streams, it's a consistency thing. That's all. And unfortunately, streaming is very unforgiving in that sense, in that you have to stick to the schedule, and you also have to be consistent in posting on other social medias and interacting with others. And oftentimes is the most difficult part of being a content creator, is trying to put yourself out there in other ways than just hitting the go live button. And I think that's something you could work on.
Yeah, no, most definitely it is something that I could work on 100%.
Yeah. And because from what you've told me about what you want your concept of a VTuber to be, which is basically a Jader conductor, because as more long-standing members of the community will know, Super likes trains and driving trains and building tracks and things like that.
Yep.
So it's a thing you love, and it's a thing you will probably love sharing with others. And I don't think there's many train conductor fans on Twitch or on the VTuber side for that matter. So for me, that feels like a niche that's ripe for the pickings, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, right, like, I'll say since I discovered VTubing, I have not seen anybody do anything like train related, not even like Thomas related type thing, like a talking train. I've never seen it, so it's like really like something that's not found out there.
Mm-hmm. So that feels like a concept that could really work for you, because I don't think there's a lot of real fans on the streamer side. There might be a lot on the chatting side, maybe, or people that watch streams. So I feel like there's a big opportunity for you there. So if you make, like, for example, Jader dressed in a conductor outfit, a train conductor outfit, or something like that, or an engineer or something, that could be a really strong brand for you. Because you know so much about rails and trains, things like that. You know a lot about a lot of different models, companies, things like that. So I think that could be very strong, because it's like whenever you talk about it, you seem to light up too. And that type of passion is infectious, especially on the content creation side. People talking about the things they love in a way that makes people want to learn more about those topics is really important in content creation. And I feel like that's something you have in spades for that very specific topic. So it could be,
most definitely.
It could be you talking about trains, talking about what's happening in the train world, news, things like that. It could be you playing games about trains. It could be you inviting other rail fans and having discussions on stream. It could be a lot of different things that you could try and see how it goes.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that I really noticed a lot in the VTubing and the rail fan community, a lot of rail fans love to learn the histories of railroads and how a coach car was made, or how something like that, just history in general. And one thing that I love about the VTubing community is just the creativeness that you can put not only in your character, but creating YouTube videos or doing Twitch streams and stuff like that. and it's just it's something that I really want to do, but it's something that I always struggle to do consistently, of course. And I'm just hoping this kind of like idea mixture of both ideas that I've always wanted to do kind of help me, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Because I feel like if it's doing things like that that you absolutely love doing and talking about, it's gonna make it way easier for you to be consistent with. And also, there's so many things you could do with it. Like, if you want to talk about a specific model, you can even make like a vertical format TikTok video about 2 minutes, like going over the big points of it. And then going like, subscribe for more train facts. And then you can just keep going.
That's one thing that I've always noticed as well. A lot of like current like YouTube channels that do train related stuff don't really expand into other things like streaming or TikTok or anything like that. And I think, as someone who kind of understands a little bit about TikTok, I don't want to say I understand everything about it, but, I've been on TikTok long enough to understand that if you have an interesting thing to say on TikTok, people are going to listen to it,
Yeah. And they will be coming back for more later. It's like, it's a given at this point. Because if you make content that is interesting to some people, you will build a community around it. Simple as. And at the end of the day, we pretty much know what type of content you want to make.
Oh, yeah.
And that's perfectly fine. And that's the thing, right? It's like, there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody has different goals when streaming. And if you're able to have a clear idea of what you're branding and what the type of content you want to produce is, it's going to be way easier for you to grow than someone just scattershotting concepts all over the place. Because it's the same thing with people that stream like one game. They make content around the game. They make exposés on the game. They talk about that game all the time. They'll build their community much faster. But then they're stuck to that game. As a lot of Dead by Daylight content creators are probably realizing now. The game is going a little bit in a weird direction, and some people are getting burnt out on it. And if they try to pivot away from Dead by Daylight, they lose like 3/4 of the audience. It's heartbreaking, because they are very cool streamers. And they really love that game, but that game is starting to show its age, unfortunately. So I do hope they're able to find a new interest in it, or are able to pivot into doing things they actually want to do, instead of feeling like trapped in a game they no longer enjoy. Anyway, it's an example, but you see what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, also thanks Dad for the goodies. And hi Cheryl, hello, how are you doing? We're having a little talk with Super Unusual. I'm doing some live consulting for Vtuber and streaming. It's a new concept I'm trying out. I'm trying to see how it feels. Short format videos that have a quick hook and keep moving can be captivating. Yeah, this is some of the hardest content to make, because you have to capture the attention of someone in like 2 seconds before they swipe their thumb to the top of the screen and you're gone forever. And that's not something I'm good with. It's hard to capture the attention of people quickly, and it's even harder to keep it. But you get an advantage if you talk about things that not a lot of other people are talking about. And as you said, you've detected a hole in the TikTok niche market in that specific field. So I think if you work your content around that, you do your streams, you try to keep it focused on real fan stuff. So you find games about that, you talk about that, and sometimes you try to iterate on that concept. And you work in design for your VTuber. Doesn't even have to be 3D or live 2D. It can just be a simple PNG with a few animations like eye blinking and mouth moving. And I know you like to shit on your art skills, but they're good enough for what you want to do. And you could probably make a little mock-up and it could work fine. honestly.
I've noticed that I'm a lot better at doing like really, what is it called? Uh bit art, like, the little pixel art. There it is. I don't
Hmm.
know why I forgot about that. I don't know why I'm good at it, but I've just noticed I'm good at it now. Like doing like small little train stuff that I've been doing for um, a project related to this. I just, for some reason, I just found a hidden talent.
Well, sometimes that's how the best discoveries are made, you know? So, if you can use your new talent for pixel art, I don't think I've seen a lot of actual pixel VTubers. That could be an interesting twist on things. Like a pixel gator dressed like a train conductor, talking about random train facts in short bite-sized TikTok content, playing video games based on trains on stream, or doing little discussions about topics like today we're talking about this model, or in train news, there was a train derailment this place, then you talk about it. I think that could be a really good starting point for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some people really like pixel art too, so that gives you some starting points to think about. And also, yeah, consistency-wise, I would try to go for 3 streams a week for you. Figure out a time you can do easily. That gives you plenty of time to eat dinner first, and then you can stream on those days. Maybe one of those days should be on the weekend to make it easier for you. So you only have 2 weekdays to worry about, and then the weekend is more open to you. Does that make any
Yeah,
sense?
yeah, it makes sense. I'm actually this week. I'm already seeing like what days I could stream. So far, Monday is off the table.
Mm.
Just because of how complicated it is around like work and in the house stuff. But
Mm.
other than that, I'm checking so far every day, writing down like, if the house is quiet, if nobody's using their computers other than me and stuff like that, just to see like, if I can get like the best type of internet and stuff like that
Mhm.
for myself to stream and do stuff like that.
Well, you have to keep in mind, you told me you have 100 megabytes upload, right?
Upload, I think I said 92, if I remember.
So
correctly.
90, okay, so 5 Mbps upload to your stream is equivalent to like 5 out of 93. So you have a lot of headroom. So even if you do have people using their computers, most of them will never be uploading in any meaningful quantities of data that will impair your streaming ability. So you don't have to worry about other people using their computer.
I
Because you
never
don't,
put it like that. Now that I think
yeah,
about it.
you don't, people don't usually use the internet in an uploading fashion. So most people will watch Netflix or play video games. That takes download speed.
Mhm.
And that's pretty much irrelevant to what you do when you're streaming, unless you play online video games that use a little bit of your internet pipe download. So yeah, don't worry about that too much. But yeah, the quiet part is important. Unless you have good noise canceling options on your microphone.
Speaking of that, I have to be right back, Jeffy. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's fine. I'm gonna expound on that topic for a bit. Feel free to join back when you're ready.
Alrighty, we'll do.
Alright. So yeah, so far we have a pretty clear idea of what Super could try for his VTuber activities. Because, I mean, okay, maybe I'm not that well versed on the short form content stuff. But I don't see a lot of VTubers talking about trains. I don't think there's any. Is it? I mean, you guys watch more VTubers than I do. Any VTubers with focus on trains, or rails, or train games? Yeah, I can't think of any either, Charlie. So that feels like this whole niche is just wide open. Because, you know, there has to be a lot of people that enjoy that type of stuff. Hype trains. I see what you did there, Fluffy. So you enjoy talking about trains and rails and stuff, Al. I do not know that. It's either that or you're yanking your chain again. Okay, there it is. I called it. Oh my goodness, Al. I mean, yeah, there's quite a few out there, actually. So that's why I say that a niche like that could be perfect. Because if you've been on our Discord server, you know Super is a very big fan of anything train related. And he will often have very interesting tidbits about different models of train companies, derailments, and the technology behind it. And I feel like that's an actually good topic for him to base his content around. Because, you know, all the content creation is all about supply and demand, right? Content will find its audience. If there is a lack of content for a particular topic, people who engage in that topic will gain more following more quickly because they will be the de facto base of knowledge of the topic. And I'm guessing since a lot of train fans are on the older side, they don't know how the fuck to work TikTok. So that's another huge opportunity for him. Right? You choose your moment, Al. Oh my goodness. Be careful not to go off the rails. Yeah, you see, the puns write themselves. You play the choo-choo game. That could mean anything, Delta. If you mean the choo-choo Charles one, I wonder. Maybe? Perhaps? Alright, hold on. Just looking up something real quick. Super derailed the stream. Oh my goodness, Al. Yeah, TikTok, Reels, Shorts. You can even do deep dives on specific train stuff in longer form videos too. That shit writes itself. I mean, there's a lot of research to do. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Well, there you have it. Super has information for you. Okay, I mean, you can come back. It's fine. Thank you for the warning so I don't get jump scared this time.
Yeah.
It's good for my heart health. But yeah, so we were talking a little bit about it. So ideally, I think the only thing you could do is just make sure that you pick a schedule that you can stick to for a year and more. So if you can only do twice a week, that's also fine, as long as you stick with it. Because yeah, as I said earlier, the biggest mistake a lot of content creators do is they set unrealistic expectations. But they stream like 7 times a week, twice a day or something, because they are super hyped at first. And then they do it so much they not only burn out, they also lack the time to work on things around their streams. Because for every hour you stream, there's probably 2 hours of secret work around it. Working on social media, producing content, interacting with other people in the community, moderating your community on Discord, organizing events, stuff like that. So if you put too much of a big schedule on your head, you won't have time to work on everything else to make sure that the work you do put into streaming goes to something instead of just flying off into deep space. Because I mean, like I said, it's impossible to grow as a streamer without interacting with outside platforms anymore. You could grow as a streamer on Twitch back in like 2010, 2011. You could just stream for 24 hours or like 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, and you would become huge. But those days are long gone.
Yeah, I remember Twitch back like around 2014, 2015 when I was just watching anybody but didn't have an account. I remember, one day these random streamers that nobody knew. Now everybody knows about them. Were popping up. You know, it was easier back then. But yeah, I understand what you mean by like having to go outside and just not stay in one platform and just go to other platforms and share your content. You know, even if it's small clips of streams.
Yeah. Like having a presence on most social media and producing long and short form content outside is important. I can't stress that enough. And being able to schedule some time. Like, for example, if you go like, okay, I'm going to stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I'm going to work on content on Mondays and Saturdays maybe. You put time in front, you schedule it. You schedule it out, so you try to stick with it. Because once again, consistency. Consistency is very important. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on. What the fuck, man? Are you kidding me? They actually gave you a senior's discount. Oh, that hurts. Well, I hope you, I mean, on one hand, savings. But on the other, ouch. Well, the passage of time is unavoidable. Goddamn. Well, hope you're having a good day. Still. Hope you're enjoying the food. And yeah, at the end of the day, once you get past 30, it doesn't really mean much anymore, except as a yardstick to figure out why your back is hurting. That's pretty much it. But anyway, we're doing a little bit of Q&A / workshopping for VTuber and streaming stuff tonight. And today's lucky target, guest is super unusual.
Yeah, I'm a target.
Exactly. But yeah, anyway, all things aside, I feel like you really have something here. And if you take your time and work on it and keep a consistent schedule and just keep your head down and just focus on getting the content and the streams out, you could probably do great things. Because it feels like there's a big opportunity in front of you right now. And it's currently train-shaped. And going choo-choo.
Yeah, it's a really big opportunity.
Yeah.
And I think if I miss this one, the next one that if I miss this one, the next one is just going to go past me without a notice. So,
Well,
it's too big to miss,
It's like anything else, really. There's always something else. Always.
Yeah.
You just gotta figure out what the next thing would be. But at the moment, I think it's pretty clear what you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
And to be honest, I don't think there's a lot of Gator VTubers to begin with. But that's also a pretty unique take on things.
There's a few out there, but they're kind of lacking in the streaming department as well. So.
Well, there you go. So you take two things that are not done really often enough, or there's an opportunity here. And in my opinion, if you keep at it and try not to get too discouraged if things don't pick up too quick, because sometimes those things can take time. I've seen a lot of people spend years without getting affiliate. So, it's all relative, really. Everybody has their journey to go through.
Yeah.
So as long as you temper your expectations with that, and you're ready to sit down and focus on getting that workout, I think you could pretty much get some good results eventually.
Yeah. I mean, this is, I like to do this for fun. At the end of the day, I don't do this for the money. I just like doing it for fun.
Perfectly fine.
But I've always lacked in like having an idea on what to do. And I think, I finally found it.
That's perfect. That's awesome. And if you keep that as a hobby, in the best of cases, it could become a nice little side thing you can do for a little bit of fun and a little bit of side income. And at the end of the day, it is what you want it to be. So if you don't want the money, you can reinvest it in like a better model or a better computer. So That's the thing. I know some people are already averse to implicating money in their hobbies, but you have to think about it in a certain way. If you earn money from streaming, you can reinvest that money into like better gear to make streams better. Or you can even do some real life stuff eventually, like maybe going on tours or doing short videos where if you want to stay anonymous, you can just film things on the outward perspective of you going on train tours. Like Charlie says, that's actually a very good idea. And yeah, I mean, I can read super.
What? Oh, I didn't know that.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I've learned the Earth language in more ways than one. But yeah, so don't be afraid to invest in things you want. Because at the end of the day, it's like, for example, if you do actually buy more trains, you can even make content about that. Like unboxing videos or showing up your setup once it's finished in your room, stuff like that, you know? There's a lot of things you can do. Of course, you're going to have to take some steps to make sure to stay anonymous if you want to keep that privacy. But there are ways to film things like that. Like, there's some VTubers that do like hybrid content like that, where they like wear gloves and shit. And that works out well for them.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen a lot of those VTubers do that.
Yeah, like Onigiri doing like cooking content. I mean, now she mostly did some face reveal at some point, but for a long time, she just showed her hands and did like a hybrid setup with a green screen. It was very clever how she did it too. So, you know, there's always options, and for everything that costs a bit more, if you can use your stream income to partially fund these things, I think it could also be a good thing. Anyway, things to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. I feel like we pretty much got a good idea of where you should be going. And I think if you stick with it and take the time to really work through it, even if you still want to do it as a hobby, I still think you could get some good results from it.
I mean, hopefully.
Yeah. And be sure to let us know when your first stream is, so we can send some support your way.
Yep, we'll do.
Awesome. I can hear a green screen without thinking about what Brigitte did. I don't know what you're talking about, that. Care to elaborate? Or the perpetually confused in the chat. That's me.
I'm Googling it.
Oh, thank you. Also, I can't believe the song Total Eclipse of the Heart went back on the charts today. That's fucking funny. It's a good song. I like Bonnie Tyler.
It makes sense.
But yeah, it's kind of surprising. Also, all the Google searches for why do my eyes hurt was also pretty funny, but in a more dark way.
You know, I was thinking somebody most definitely broke up with somebody during this eclipse.
Well, I mean, I've seen someone do a proposal. I saw someone on the TV, on the news. They were at Niagara Falls. And just before the eclipse hit, the guy went to his knees and was like, oh my god. So now they'll be able to say their marriage proposal was on a once-in-a-lifetime moment. That's pretty special.
I'm just waiting for somebody to say their breakup was during the eclipse.
You could say that more than one thing got eclipsed that day. Hey yo, okay, I'll shut the fuck up. Yeah, I have my moments. Thank you. Remember when there was that trend where VTubers and streamers were green screen playing games on their butts? Oh yeah, that. This got surprisingly, it's like Twitch immediately updated it to US right after that, dude. My god, that was quick. Really was like, damn, I got a big ass forehead and covered it in green tape and streamed Fortnite that way. That's a funny way to make fun of that. Interesting. Red Bulls will visit. Yeah, they did both, I think, Charlie. Hey, Marek, what's up? How you doing? Also,
Wait, Jeffy, would you be counted as a green screen? By the way, sorry for disturbing me.
Oh no, it's fine. It's a question. We're doing a Q&A, so that fits. I mean, I'm gonna tell you honestly. Every time I had to use a green screen for collabs, I had to use a specific shade of green that did not make me go invisible. So yes, that's a legit question. So if I'm not careful, I turn into a green screen. It's not fun.
Interesting.
Yep.
I'm Eric.
Hey, my red, bonsoir. Yeah, I can use other colors. That's also good, but sometimes it makes a little outline of that color around myself. That's kind of annoying. And the green screen does not do that. So I've been okay most of the time. If I just use the threshold option in the green screen options, but make myself invisible. There's no way to tune it. Been there, done that, got a t-shirt. But yeah, sometimes I can go camouflage mode. You're right, Delta. Let's see. Elspino, what did you find? How did you find Rise of the Ronin? I hope you had fun with it. But yeah, all in all, I think this was very productive. Do you have any questions for me about streaming that you want to ask in case you remembered?
Actually, I do have one.
I'm all ears.
How do you? I can't word it correct. I'm trying to like word it correctly in my head right now.
Take your time.
Okay, so you know how you say how smaller streamers, especially ones who start, or people like me who go and then stop and go, how do you find a way to not only like motivate yourself during the times when nobody's in chat? How do you do that?
A good question. That's a good question. Let me think. Well, the thing is, you're already on the right route for that, because you say you want to stream for fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would focus on that. I would focus on the game. I would focus on the topic you're talking about. I would practice talking and keeping a dialogue going with yourself. I don't mean like asking yourself question and answering. I just mean like keeping the banter going. How I'm able to just play a game and talk non-stop while playing it. It's a skill you learn as you do it more. It's unfortunately for streamers, viewers don't like dead air too much. So it's important to try to keep talking. And even if no one is, because it's easier for someone to hop in and start interacting with you if you're not being too quiet while streaming. So if you try to focus just on what's happening on the screen, what you're thinking about, things you are planning on doing later, future content ideas, you just keep talking. And yeah, sometimes you can stop talking for a bit, like if something real interesting is happening on the screen, or if you want to collect your thoughts. Like I'm not saying like talk non-stop for 4 hours. One, you're gonna fuck up your voice. And two, you're gonna run out of things. Everybody has a limit. So, like Charity says, that's a really good insight. You find something interesting about what you're doing, talk about it. Ideas, funny thoughts. Yeah, and also realize that we're all struggling with it. It's not easy, like Charity says. But it's something you can get better at with practice. And there's nothing better to practice than actually doing it. And I think that's what a lot of people forget, is that they spend a lot of time planning on streaming, like preparing, and they forget about the doing part. So they prepare, and they get so much stuck in their head about what they want to do that it becomes paralyzing and awkward. I feel like it's better. It's like what I said about the debut thing. You can have a debut. You can put it like 3 months in the future, even 6 months if you want. And you can use that time to stream and build up your confidence, build up your skill set. your viewer management, your banter, your interaction, your stream of consciousness, your dialogue. It's all things that you will get better at. It's impossible to become worse if you try to do it regularly every week. I think the hardest part about that skill set is being able to turn it off after the stream is done. You don't sound like a fucking jackass when you go working later. Because sometimes I remember I would go to work and I would start doing something, I would start talking, and I would go like, shut the fuck up, Jeffy, you're not streaming. So yes, sometimes you gotta be careful about that.
Yeah, I see. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I'm semi-joking. It's just that, you know, it's something you train.
I thought it was real. I was actually worried about that. Okay.
No, I'm being somewhat goofy for comedic purposes. Yeah, no, the most that will happen is that I'll get a thought about something, and I'll want to talk about it, but then I'll stop myself and go like, it's not worth it. Because normally I'll try to start a discussion with one of my coworkers, and I'm like, they don't give a shit about that. I'll shut the fuck up. But yeah, sometimes it will happen, but it's not something that happens a lot. Not enough to be worried about it in any event.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's more of a problem for people that do like a lot of streaming in a short amount of time. But I don't feel like any of us are at any risk of that, as long as you follow the advice.
I'll try to. Well, no, I won't try to. I will.
That's better. But yeah, I mean, you know, take your time to think about things. Try to plan out what you want to do. I recommend using Google Docs, trying to build up the concept in your head, like what you want your VTuber to be, what the general design in your head is. Write it out. Try to imagine it. Write it out. And also...
Oh, yeah. I already have a whole, like, Google document, even, like with just all the ideas that I've had throughout today, with just, like, all the train ideas and stuff. Like, how I want certain things, and just gonna try and see, like, right now I'm just, like, experimenting with things in OBS, not, like, streaming, but, like, just testing, like, layout and stuff that I want to see if it works out, and then just, you know, going back into streaming, and hopefully it'll look decent, you know, not like crappy stuff that I had before. But yeah.
Awesome. And also, like Jody says, time to go into character creator mode. So you get to start planning that out. And as I said also, try to set yourself a schedule, like put a few hours every week, like schedule them out in your week. Just sit down and work on it. Make it a habit. But then slowly you can start adding your streaming schedule on top of it. That way you will always have work time to think about and do some productive things with your projects.
I really have to stop getting home and falling asleep after work.
Well, I mean, that's the problem for everyone. I can't tell you the amount of times I got home, I finished eating, and I was like, damn, I have to stream in 15 minutes, and I was falling asleep. So sometimes you just have to dust yourself off and get yourself a kick in the ass. Because that's the thing. It's important to love what you do. But it's impossible to love it 100% of the time. There will come a time where you will not be in the mood to stream. And if you want to be serious about it, sometimes you have to kick yourself in the ass and do it anyway. Or you can also take a day off if it's really, really bad. Because if you try to stream and you're really not in the mood, people are going to pick up on it and it's not going to do you any good. So, you know, there's a threshold, there's some delineation to it. And a lot of the times, I'll notice that I'm a little bit in a sour mood that day, but as soon as I press the go live button, I'm better. So maybe that could work out for you. I don't know, just throwing ideas.
I mean, let me tell you something, Jeffy. I've been on this earth for 20 years, and the one thing that has kept me through just going has been trains. So hopefully incorporating trains into my love for content creation can just help me a little bit, you know?
I mean, little bit, more like a lot.
Well, yeah, true, a lot.
Yeah, and you know, all of your skill sets, it's like, you can talk about pretty much anything you want on stream. you have a lot of different skill sets you can apply and you can give pointers on for people. So eventually, once you got your whole trained stuff set down, you can expand into other things around it. So things to think about in the future. Yeah, sorry, Charity just fucking saw me. Because I put my hand in on my head when you said your age.
Oh,
Because I'm almost literally twice your age. Holy shit.
sorry for the reality.
No,
check
no,
there.
no, 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 it's fine. I'm used to it. It's fine, no worries. But yeah, Charity picked up on it. That's hilarious. Got in 4K, oh no. Jeffy old. I'm gonna have to get one of those Jeffy old emote at some point. Oh well, I'll put that on my to-do list.
That was
Getting
such
pretty
a
long.
great emote. So,
Yeah, speaking of emotes, I've been really enjoying the one you gifted us recently. Jeffy Tonk.
it was such a funny like. I just randomly found the like song emote that I had, like just saved in my files, and I just did an edit of it and.
Fritz, I like that
Oh,
because
that's-
I use the regular think emote sometimes a lot when I go into conversations. And there was a few variations of it I've been using on the Discord. But I never thought about turning one of them into the Jeffy character, so that was pretty cool. Thank you for letting us use it.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
God damn it, Fluffy. Oh my god, Charlie. I'm not that old. Anyway.
Well, I mean,
Oh goodness, goodness gracious. All right, so yeah, that's about it. I think we did some pretty productive conversation today about that. What do you guys think about that type of stuff? I like doing some consulting stuff about VTubing and streaming. I'm not sure how entertaining it is to watch though, but I had fun. What about you, Super? You had fun?
oh, I had fun. I don't think I'm like the most entertaining just because I'm really nervous right now.
I mean, I did not pick up on it.
Yeah, I've been nervous the whole time, especially since like, I don't know. There's just something about being on somebody else's channel that makes me nervous a little bit. So
I mean, you
I
know,
guess
it's
that's
not,
another thing I have to.
it's
like,
normal
climb
to
out
have
of.
nerves. It's normal to have nerves, man. It's especially I get a little bit nervous before collabs too. And a lot of the time, it's like it's with people I'm familiar and do a lot of collabs with, and still I get a little bit nervous before I go live too. So there's nothing wrong with that. You can embrace it and just work through it. And sometimes it will give you a more presence of mind. It will keep you in the moment more. And you have to harness it. And yeah, it's like anything else really. It's like the more you do it, also the less stressful it will become. You're nervous now because when was the last time you were on someone's stream?
The last time I was in someone's stream was actually yours, way back in like December 22, 21, when you used to do all the gaming, like game night stuff.
Oh, right. Alright, so that'll do it. So, literally, it's like anything else. It's another one of those skill sets you build up as you do it. It's like, oh my god, you should see some of my first streams. I mean, you've probably seen them. It was bad. So it's like anything else really. You build it up, you get better at it, and eventually you find a way to make it work for yourself.
Yeah, I caught you like at least a few months after you started, around like 2019, like early 2019. So I guess you were already like used to it. But
Well, not really. That was like 5 or 6 months in, man. So
Yeah,
you got some front seat. You got some good seats to that kind of cringe shit. So it's been a process, and it's gonna be 6 years in July, so it's ongoing.
I mean, you've improved a lot, so
Why? Thank you. I like to think so.
congratulations.
There's so much more I want to do, but we'll have to see what happens.
Well, I'll always be here for that.
Thank you. I really appreciate the support. I hope you know that.
Are you sure you're not just saying that as an auto response?
Not really, no.
Has the Twitch auto response got into you?
I don't think so.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, there will certain things I'm gonna say more often than others, but yeah, no, I really do appreciate the support. You've been here a long time, man. Don't forget that.
I've been here so really. Yeah, okay, that's weird.
Yeah.
Sorry,
No, it's fine.
My
it's fine.
microphone. Sorry about that. My microphone, like, I don't know. Sometimes my microphone picks up me talking really low. Sometimes it doesn't. I gotta test it out a lot.
Oh yeah. I feel like a lot of the times also you have to mess with your microphone's software to make sure that it can get the good amount of how do I say this? Because a lot of newer streamers have a problem adjusting the microphone. So it's like they're playing and then you just hear the clacking of the keys. Or they're breathing through their nose and then it's just reflecting off the microphone and you just hear that and it turns people away. So that's why it's also important, as I said, when you're rewatching your content, to go over what works and what doesn't. But also keep an eye on the sound levels. Because that shit's gonna fucking sink you if you're not careful. Being able to have a loud and clear voice on stream, but not painfully so, while also keeping the game volume an unsettable volume. It's a balancing act. You'll get the hang of it, but you gotta watch your older content. You gotta feel for it once you start producing stuff again.
Yeah, I most likely will, just because, that's another big fear of mine. It's just like breathing and like clicking my keyboard or moving my mouse. I used to have that problem where you can actually hear my mouse move while I was doing stuff. I remember hearing it a lot when I was looking back at my content. So, it was really embarrassing, but it's a learning curve.
It's not that embarrassing. It's just that it's a way for you to be able to pinpoint exactly how you can improve. So when you see something like that, you go like, my voice was a little bit low this stream. I'll adjust it a little bit. And then you can also do some practice. You can use the local recording button on OBS to do some test stuff before you go live, just to make sure all the volumes are correctly balanced. And that will go a long way also to make sure that the quality of your presentation is up to the task. Because that is also a challenge, because people will tune away pretty quick sometimes if something like that happens. But you might lose out on some viewers that day because your presentation was not up to standard. But you'll get them next time, or next time, or next time. That's what's fun about streaming. It's never actually game over unless you really, really fuck up. We're talking like criminal shit.
Yeah.
So, you got some leeway here, hopefully. And also you have the bonus of still being at an age where you have a lot of energy, comparatively, to older fucks like me. So, you got an advantage. Be sure to use it.
I guess I do.
Because that's the thing, a lot of younger people don't realize how much energy they have until they get older and lose it.
I mean, a big problem with me and energy is the fact that I'm a bit overweight. So, because of my overweightness, I get really, like, throughout the day, I get more tired than usual. If that makes any sense.
No, I get that. I also feel like something you could also add to your schedule that did a lot of good for me. Although I have the opposite problem. I need to gain some weight. My metabolism is out of whack. So what actually did help me a lot to give me more energy was just going out on 30-minute walks. Like every other day. It's been doing wonders for my energy levels. And it's surprisingly effective also as a weight loss thing to do. So never underestimate.
I used to walk. Sorry?
And never underestimate the power that walking can get for your health. At any weight.
Oh, no. I used to walk, like, way back when I was still in high school and even way back before that. But I just thought because I would get tired after high or like school, come home, go to sleep, and then I just stopped at that point.
Okay, so here's a bit of a paradox about it. At first, walking will make you more tired. But after a week or so, it will start doing the opposite. It will start giving you more energy. So you just have to stick with it for at least a week or two before you start seeing some results.
I'll try that then.
Yeah. And what's fun about walking a lot is you probably already noticed it, but it gives you so much time to go over things in your head. Things that bother you, projects you want to do, things that you need to set up. It's my favorite time of the day because I get to do some thinking and plan some stuff. Or even sometimes listen to some podcasts if I run out of things to think about. So it's actually very helpful. And if you walk at a fast enough pace, it's actually can be considered actually moderately hard exercise. So what I read is that if you can keep your heart rate above 120 while you're walking, and if you do that for about 30 minutes every other day, it can do wonders for your general health. You'd be actually surprised at how much good it can do.
I'll have to try it again.
Doesn't hurt to try.
Doesn't hurt at all.
Exactly. Alright, cool. So we got a lot of things to think about or things to work on.
Yep.
Awesome. Alright, so thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us today. I appreciate it. I hope this was helpful to you in some way.
Oh, it was. It definitely was. And thank you for just having me on here.
Of course. And we'll be sure to check in with you later in a while to see how things are going. Just to keep you honest. Ooh. Ominous. Alright, awesome.
Gotta
So
stay on my toes.
I'm gonna go do the outro. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Alrighty. Have a good day. Or, well, night.
Thank you, Super. You have a good one, too. Alright, later. Alright, so that was super unusual. Always fun to talk with him. Yeah. You know, I think he has a lot of potential. And hopefully this information will be of use to him. And if you want to get a head start on getting on the super train, so to speak, hold on. Kablamo, go give Super a follow, so you are informed when he does go live. Awesome stuff. Thank you for letting me offer you some advice. So this was a new concept for my stream, where I offer aspiring or just people with questions a chance to workshop some ideas live with an audience. I think it gave some people an insight, and it's actually pretty fun little concept, I think. Maybe I'll do that more often in the future. Maybe grab some other people that have questions or want to do better at streaming and have some conversation with them about it. I think that could be fun. Wouldn't that be fun, chat? Anyway, I know it would be fun for me. Hey, you're welcome, Super. Will Super forget all about us when he gets it big? Hopefully not. Hopefully not. It'd be a nifty idea. Well, I'm glad you think so, Shirley. Yeah, it's like, I like talking about streaming because there's so many intricacies to it. So many things I did not know about until I started actually doing it. And yes, I know, I'm not the biggest streamer, not by a long shot. But I have been doing it for a long time, so hopefully some of that advice will be of use to someone. I mean, it can't hurt. If you can help us with fashion too. I mean, maybe I could. That could be another fun idea. I'll have to keep that in mind. Thanks for the suggestion. Alright. Oh my goodness. Wow, I've talked non-stop for 4 hours. Ooh, I'm gonna regret it tomorrow. Oh dear. I'm gonna go grab a lozenge after the stream. A lot of streams before now. It's always fun to talk to your old bed. Ooh. Ooh, the sass. But yeah, thank you, Slipper, for coming on. I appreciate it. Alright. Oh my goodness. I think we'll call it a night. Yeah, I was surprised I was able to block it out like that. Kinda surprised actually. The just chatting segment, 1 hour. The presentation about streaming and the Q&A, 1 hour. The workshop segment with Super. The consulting part, 1 hour. How the hell did I do that? I did not plan for it. I could take all the credit and shut the fuck up, but I'm not gonna. Because I just want you to realize how much I fly by the seat of my pants. A lot of my streaming and life at this point has been winging it. And there's something you must know about adult life, if you're on the younger side. Most of us are winging it every single day of our lives. And often, most people that seem to have their lives together are also winging it too. So don't feel bad if you don't feel like you have your life under control. Nobody does. Some of us are just better at hiding it than others. Anyway, food for thought. Alright, so if you have enjoyed tonight's stream and you would like to get more, be sure to hit that follow button or that subscribe button if you're watching from YouTube. I would really appreciate it. And it's gonna help you know when I'm streaming next, which is usually Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. And if you're already following me and want to support me for free, interacting with my content online will make me worthy of the algorithm. And that does way more than you think it does. So here's all my socials. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Feel free to give me a support in that regard if you want. Anyways, you can also just Google me, Jeffy Bed. Pretty easy to keep track like that also. Oh my god, my voice is shot. Alright, so I'm gonna see you guys on Wednesday, but before I go, who am I gonna send you guys to today? Let's see. You know, I think I'm gonna drop you guys over to the awesome Mother Lyra. Great 3D modeler and really fun VTuber. So, they're currently washing dishes. That seems like an interesting concept. So I'm gonna drop you off over there, and I will go rest my voice before I become forever mute. Alright, thank you so much for watching. And remember, tomorrow is a new day. Anything is possible. Take care, and see you soon. Oh my goodness, that was a lot of fun. Alright, what is Lyra doing today? Oh, they're playing Dishwashing Simulator. I never heard about that game before. Now I'm curious. Alright, let's go pay them a visit. I will see you next time. Have a good one!